Hey everyone, how's everybody doing today? Zed, thank you for the sub. I haven't seen you in chat, so I'm guessing you're either lurking or that was a automatic resub. Thank you either way. Sweetney, Hannah, hey, how you doing? Don't worry, Hannah. You can be here as much or as little as you like or is possible. Zed is here. Hi, Zed. All right, so let's start out with a shout out for Zed3900. Guys, go check out Zed. We're doing the challenge that he came up with here. We're also going to do a shout out for Sweetney because Sweetney is going to be getting Sweetney's getting back into the streaming game. Sweetney, if you wanna test that stuff later after stream, I'm happy to help. Sorry I wasn't around last night, but I was trying to get a few things done. You're very welcome. Very welcome. So, let's take just a moment, sip our coffee, and figure out what the hell we're doing. So, we queued up some diamond temperature chip plates. We did. And we might queue up more. Basically just to keep our area up here nice and toasty. That should help even it out. If this was any other playthrough, I'd have just... Loud stuff in the background. If this was any other playthrough, I'd have defaulted to granite. Diamond is probably the best thing to make a temp shift plate out of in general. But what was I trying to say? I don't even know what I was trying to say, but it's usually rare enough that you don't want to use it for like basic stuff. You want to save it for your big projects, your geothermal reactors, your cooling situations, everything. Speaking of cooling situations, we are... It just occurred to me, we've gotten a cycle 68 with 8 dupes, and we haven't had anybody pee their pants, I don't think. That's awesome. We need to finish up our plans for our loop here. Now, so much of this is unnecessary. How much copper do we have? 725, and it's about 50 per. How do I want to do our cooling loop? So the way we have this looping currently, our bathroom gets prioritized. Then if there's more water than we need in our bathrooms, that water then gets sent down here, prioritizes the carbon skimmer down here, and then if there's still too much water on this line, it overflows to these thimble reeds we have over here. Not thimble reeds, bristle blossoms. We don't have thimble reeds. Normally we would overflow the polluted water into thimble reeds to get our first bits of reed fiber. Hello, kitty cat. Do you want to come say hi to everybody? Come here. Oh, it's a good boy. Tachyon, Tachyon. That's my baby. I wish I could roll my R's so I could sound like a kitty, but I can't do that. We had some really good cuddles this morning. Didn't we? Who's my cuddle monster? Oh, so good, baby. All right, Appa, it's stream time. He would rather be on the floor than in my lap. That's my kitty. So, I'm not even sure how we're going to sort all this out. We need... All right, let's start talking turkey about cooling, right? Cooling is going to be a pain in the ass no matter what we do. Now, usually the only places I need to cool consistently are the crops. I'd, in theory, like to cool down the industrial area a little bit. I'd like to cool the... I'd like to get off of the plant. Oh, he's ripping the door apart. I love him. He's such a good cat. I'd like to get off of this plant in here and get a statue in there sooner rather than later, because it's going to get toasty. Let's zoom in here. Now, I've been toying with the idea of a deep freeze. This would get us access to this tile, meaning we could put a tile here. And that would be a deep freeze. And we could put a line down here. Then this would be a tile. And we'd be able to get there from here. We could move the door if we need to, right? And we'd have to blow this wall out. That would have to see... It'd have to be here. This could actually work. Right? So, like, we put a sweeper here. We put a sweeper here. This sweeper can see these two tiles, so we put a loader for the finished food there. This one wouldn't be able to see the grill, but it would be able to see this. Then, if we shift the door, because this thing can grab through doors, we could shift the door here. Put another table to eat at here and put a refrigerator like here, table to eat at here. Maybe? And if not, then we could break this down. Okay. I might regret this. What is the research button? Oh, we don't have the research facilities up, so I can't even look at the research tree. Excellent. Tachyon, please. We don't have that call thing, so we're stuck with the water cooler because I'm not resetting up research. I was thinking about the party line because it's only one tile wide, but we can pull some other shenanigans to make this work. Oh, stretch it out. The only problem with that is we would need a tile there and a tile there, meaning they couldn't get back to the kitchen. Okay. Nether, let's not worry about this. We've got 32 cycles. Maybe we don't need a deep freezer. Maybe, you know. We set up the air distribution for our pumps. Right? Kind of. We have something pumping down there to the Atmos suits, just in case we need it. We're going to go like that with that. Alright, we need cooling first and foremost on our oxygen. Because I'd like to get this place sorted out ASAP. So 50... So if we do that, that should basically sort out our cooling for that. We need our 2 hydrogen generators. We need a few more tiles of random stuff in here. We won't bother cooling the hydrogen because since we're making everything out of steel here, there's no chance that they're going to get overheated at 75 degrees. We're just going to cool the oxygen side of things. We will allow that pump to pretty much go... Alright, I got to think about this. We need water for the toilets, right? And I know this sounds insane. What if we run this now? Yeah, this challenge is very insane. I'm not sure how I'm doing it, quite honestly. So, here's the thing. Normally, in a situation like this, I would just have this pump non-stop into the electrolyzer setup, right? And we kind of need it, not necessarily to pump non-stop, but... do we want to automate... I always think about, like, should I automate the electrolyzer? And I don't think I would automate the electrolyzer... sometimes I think I'm like, I should automate it off of the pressure of the oxygen. If it's over 20 kilos, stop spending water, right? But the problem with that is that I think the hydrogen's got to be at a certain level. So I think we put in 2 more Atmos sensors. Might not need 2. We might just need a branch off. This one is here to say, hey, stop pumping if the pressure in here gets below, you know, 500 grams. Or, no, maybe not even. Stop pumping if it gets below 50 grams or something like that. That way we don't, because it'll break the thing if it goes to a vacuum in here. But at that point, we're having problems with stuff, right? So we're going to be setting this one to send a green signal if it's below 20 kilos a tile. This one we're going to say send a green signal if it's above 100 grams. We'll do that. Because we don't want this pumping. Okay, so then let's take that into consideration. Right? Can we take a NOT gate off of this? Like, this sends a green signal above 100 grams. If it's below 100 grams, I want this on, no matter what. Might even want to set that at, like... now, if it's below 100 grams... trying to think. I'm trying to do like NOT gates in my head. Okay, so green below, a green above. So we would have to set this as a NOT gate coming off of here to send it to here. So if it's below 100 grams, we want that going. Or if it's... oh no, wait, this is not for those. This is the same thing. This is like... so these are both set so that this won't unprime this area. Which, if this place goes down to vacuum, our people are dead anyway, right? Because this will automatically back up with the air pressure in our base. So we don't have to worry about that too much. So you should be sending a green signal. Right. Okay. I think we need another Atmos sensor and an OR gate to go with this. So if this is below 100 grams, I want this on. And if this is below 20 kilos, I want this on. Yeah. So we need one more of these Atmos sensors. We can make that out of lead. We need... Do we have a NOT gate? You're going to make me set that stuff back up. Or I could just put in another Atmos sensor. I gotta be honest, it's easier to set up another Atmos sensor. And we can do... Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to reach this. So this will function as an OR gate. Just to be sure. No, I'm crazy. Automation wire. So that'll function as an OR gate. We won't break that. We'll break this one. And that one, and we'll rebuild them. Okay. That'll work. How's everybody doing today, by the way? It's a Tuesday. I'm feeling pretty good. I got my coffee. Now, we're going to need those there for reasons. I'd like these to stay working with the overflow, right? Jesus. Okay, I think we got to just let them work. I think we got to just let them work a little bit. I don't like that feeling. Oh, let's design our aquatuner setup. That's what I want to do. So... we might break out this wall just to put a... what do you call it? Reservoir? Maybe not, though. So, we're going to need an output and an input. Where is our input going to come from? What I'd like to do is first and foremost go into the crop areas, then hit the oxygen. I don't particularly want to go in here right after the oxygen, because in theory I'd also like to run some cooling past this whole situation up here. That's not necessarily essential. So right. Now what we could do is we could start running our like our wings, so to speak. This is how I like to do cooling. Not everybody does cooling this way, but basically what we're going to do is we're going to build pipes over. Hopefully we have enough radiant pipes. We can alternate, do small numbers, but the idea is that the radiant pipes are right down here at the base of the plants. But we're going to have to get to all of that one way or the other anyway, so I think we'll start there. This thing has got to stay running, so that's going to be a whole thing in and of itself. I think we're going to have to shift this. And we need stuff to get... Jesus. Okay, so what we need to do up here... I know this is an insane number of bridges, but we need to bridge onto here. And this is going to have to be insulated, and so is all of this. That being said, these are probably going to have to be insulated as well. So we're gonna queue up a bunch of pipe work. A lot of what we're gonna do today is gonna be pipe work. Right? And we're gonna need a pipe. Stretch. Thank you, Sweetney. Much appreciated. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh. Oh. You know that whole thing about how I need to get up earlier? Yeah, that didn't happen. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to draw. Yeah, insulated liquid pipes all day long is what we're doing here. Actually, so that we don't get too close to that. And we'll put in the jumpers there when we know what direction that's going. Now, the reason I'm all about this automation over here, if we can get this thing to shut off from time to time, that means we won't stress. Like, if we nonstop push water in here, this is an infinite gas storage, so there's nothing to tell this to automatically turn off. This thing will just nonstop run until we're completely out of water. And the problem with that is that we're going to need that water for the toilets. Now, that all being said, we're going to need what I'd like to do is actually put a pump down here. Run this up to here. And then bridge on. Why? Because bridges create priority, right? So this is going to pump. I think I'm just going to have it straight split to go to the bathrooms. It's going to go through insulated pipe. It's going to go over to our oxygen production. Before we pump 95-degree water or so into the toilet, we want to use this. This is basically our toilet water for a long fucking time. I mean, we've done space missions where we've done a zigzag of pipe similar to this size, maybe a little bigger for the spaceship compartment, right? And you pulled an all-nighter. Whew. Make sure to replenish electrolytes and take naps today. Okay, so basically, we're creating systems that are going to give us a chance and all this needs to be insulated as well. These will eventually get stifled and go offline with this method we're doing here. We're going to have to use something other than sandstone real soon. Alright, let's use granite. What do you mean you want me to build these pipes? I already built these pipes. Yeah, but you didn't insulate them. Alright, that should be enough to keep everybody going. Not actually sure how all of this is going to work. Oh, electricity as well. See, we're coming down to the final countdown, so to speak. This is the final countdown. For now, that doesn't need to be on. We'll have to connect that later. So yeah, that's a lot of work in and of itself. While they work on that, we can think about how we're going to put in our aqua tuner setup. So, like I said, I'd like it to go over here, then over here. And then I think at that point, it's got to go down into the oxygen. See, the problem is I'd like to, in theory, what I'd like to do is hit plants, oxygen, industrial area, and then this guy down here. We could shoot for a second aqua tuner, but we don't really have space for that. An aqua tuner needs a thermopipe sensor, and it needs the aqua tuner. There's enough space to put 2 sensors and 2 aqua tuners in a 2x5 steam chamber, but you need a liquid vent for the steam turbine to empty back into it. So it really does come down to, do we want to run our place on a single aqua tuner, or do we want to make the steam chamber a little bigger? We've kind of like pushed it into a corner there, but as far as work that can be done, we could easily shift that a little bit. I mean, not easily, but moving a little bit of water is not the hardest thing in the world. Because we're coming down to the wire right here, right? Like, we've got 32 cycles left. So at this point, we need to make sure that we've got our systems in place. We need a little bit more steel to finish out the electrolyzer setup, which we got to get on sooner rather than later. We will have to jump start it. So I gotta say, as far as power goes, this is one of my more well-designed setups. Most of this stuff up here isn't gonna matter. These sweepers and loaders are gonna turn on for like a split second every 10-20 cycles, something like that. Whenever a Dreco drops an egg, they're gonna turn on. They're gonna move the egg. We're missing a sweeper up here, so we're gonna deal with that manually. It's gonna go right here, which is gonna get in the way of the shearing station. But we need that shearing station up for at least one more round. Alright, some of the bomb lily is almost at 35 degrees. So yeah, this is basically, we're battening down the hatches over here. We have to replace a lot of pipe with insulated pipe. We got to get enough material to run radiant pipe. We need enough steel to finish the last of our electrolyzer setup. And we need one more round of plastic from our glossy Drecos to get our steam turbine in. There's there's a lot to do, but nothing our dupes can't handle in that amount of time. What the scary part is unforeseen circumstances. Like, I'm trying to think of how... Oh, that's something to consider, too. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but while they're on the... like, a lot of stuff actually winds up down here at the bottom of this pool. It's something I very rarely do, but a good practice is when your ladder gets all the way to the bottom of what your core base is, it's good to shift it over by one and put a tile there, because let's say this was a larger base and like we had this ladder system going all the way down to here, which is entirely possible on this map with this kind of playthrough. Our whole base, like this core ladder system, would probably go all the way down to the bottom of the map essentially, right? So let's say somebody was carrying something up here, gets called to lunch, that thing drops all the way down to here. Now, if they want that material, they got to come down here and get it. But if we had a ladder system going all the way down, but our core base was up here, you could put a block there, and then anytime anybody's up here, it drops on the block, it's closer to where things are up here in storage and shit. But I never remember to do it. I never even think to do it, so... Can't remember everything. You got to have your own type of play style. Now, I saw that people were getting skills. Barb. Barb is our mechatronics engineer slash builder. So let's get Barb improved construction, because she's been helping build. Ada. I've been sending her down the same road. I think we just go into improved construction, though. I don't think we're going to have too much time to get Ada. We don't have a lot of automation to build. Barb can handle it, and we need people building. So I think Ada goes into improved construction to make this whole process faster. Epidemus has got 1 point. I'd like to get you into art fundamentals, quite honestly, Epi. I'd like you doing Masterworks. Do we have enough time to get Epidemus 2 more levels, is what it comes down to. Lyra is just straight up an operator. Yeah, Lyra does not do anything except operating. We'll give her improved carry and get her into mechatronics engineering. Zed. I was sending Zed down the suit sustainability path. I think that's a good path for most people. Can't forget, we need a good 5-6 cycles right at the end to skill scrub everybody and get them into their skill set for endgame. Still got our nature reserve bonus, which is good. We're going to try not to fuck that up with all the pipes we got to run right now. Now, the reason I'm cooling plants, I'm not an insane person. I mean, I'm an insane person, but not for the reason you think. The plant cooling, we should get this down first. We need to make sure that everything is tip-top. Hang on a second. Let me figure out these priorities. Let's get this stuff built first. That way I can batten down the hatches again. We're gonna lean on our temporary systems until our full system. The idea with this is that we've got these badass natural Draco ranches, right? And we are cooking through coal right now, which is a problem because I don't think we're going to be able to keep those heaters online too long without the coal. But we really only need the coal until the temperature starts to even out up here in the 30s. Yeah, like if that goes below 40, kick on. So we've got some toasty Drecos walking around. Like the Drecos are going to be toasty when they come out. So once we've gotten these areas heated up a little bit, we shouldn't need these heaters nearly as much. We're going to keep them up there so that we make sure the bomb lily doesn't die. I don't think we're going to have a problem with it getting too hot up there. I don't think it's going to spike over 85 degrees. If it does, we've got other core system problems that are going to need to be addressed. And since we're going to be hands-off, we're not going to be addressing a goddamn thing. So like I said, they just got to kind of build. They got the things going down here. That's perfect. We're going to get that like that. This is basically going to be the opposite. Like if we copy settings, paste settings, and then go like that. And we can kind of set... We don't want this to get down to 100 grams. We want this to kick on if it's below, like... If it's below 2 kilos, I want that to kick on. Like, no matter what's going on. Yeah, these are emergency shutoffs, so we don't vacuum the place out for the pumps. These two serve as an OR gate, which we can check right now. Yes, one of them is on, the other's off, and we have a green line. Okay, excellent. So, basically, if oxygen goes below 2 kilos a tile, or hydrogen goes below 100 grams a tile, that will kick on the electrolyzer to start eating the water that the steam guy's pumping out. Now, if we absolutely have to, we can break back into that steam chamber. It'll make a little bit of a mess, but if we have to, we will. There's a lot of stuff going around the base that doesn't really need to be going. There's going to be a bunch of vestigial junk. Like, I'm not going to waste time getting rid of the exosuit forge. I'll take off all of the recipes and bills or whatever that's going on in there. It's called bills in Rimworld. I don't even remember what it's called in here. Is it recipes? It is recipes. So we'll turn off a lot of recipes. We'll clip out a bunch of stuff. Like, this pump is not going to be in use. Like, that pump's eating a bunch of power all at once here. But this could actually get clipped out right now, because all it's doing is cycling oxygen. We don't need it to cycle oxygen right now. We need it to fill the exosuits, but once we hands off, we're not going to be using exosuits anyway. The only reason I want these exosuits full is so they can come and grab some of the junk that's out here. We might even sweep some of this up. It's really, really hot, but... Damn, they've done a lot of that pipe work already. I mean, this challenge really is a test of whether or not you know your stuff. Cycle 69! So we should get a printable any moment now. Like, that's what I like about this challenge, is it really is kind of just testing your knowledge of, like, do you know the game? Do you know the systems? Do you know how to close the loops? You know what I mean? And how much plastic do we have? We need that Dreco. Grow your scales a little bit faster, sir. We need those scales. You're going to go to, like, a 9 priority. The moment that Dreco is ready to get sheared, I need those scales. I mean, to be fair, we got to run a lot of this pipe, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Like, we can't get the steam turbine in place till we have the aqua tuner in there, and we can't get the aqua tuner in there right this second, because I'm still hemming and hawing about how I'm going to route stuff. But it's fine. I mean, I'm looking at this, and I feel like the easiest way to run the piping is probably to just come straight down and go across. Then come down into this, then come down into this, and then we could Yeah, there's the printable. Then we could drop down to our oxygen. I'm figuring that's probably the best we're going to do. Then as far as all this up here, I guess we go past there after this. Meaning we got to really get this project done so I can do some, like, observation and testing. Confetti suit. That's perfect. Oh, I haven't given Bubbles the purple attire just yet. Let's see what we're missing out on. Green thumb, unpracticed artist, 9 strength for tidying. In another game, I'd probably take Ari. Like I was saying, how I'd love to have like anywhere from 2 to 6 dedicated haulers and cleaners. Ari would be one of those, right in there. The green thumb, who cares? Unpracticed artist. You only need 1 artist in a colony, so increased decor morale would be awesome. We've already got a cook, so construction, strength, and operating. Those are all really good traits. That's a mechatronics engineer builder right there. The supplying means that they were going to have less problems with prerequisites for improved carry. So Abe is a way better colonist than Ari, but on a normal playthrough, I'd take either of these. Bubbles, 9 to cuisine, radiation eater, interior decorator, nyctophobic. No. Bubbles is a hard no. Like, even if we didn't have a cook, radiation eater is interesting because they'll turn radiation into calories, but they'll still get irradiated. So you still have to protect them from radiation. So it's kind of this like whole ridiculous oxymoron, razor's edge type of thing. You want them to go into enough radiation for them to be able to get calories, but if they go into too much radiation, they get sick and die. And then interior decorator, I've never been a huge fan. If you need an artist and you get that, like, not the worst, but that decreased morale bonus from decor, why take that unless you have it? And then nyctophobic, requires light to sleep. Nobody else needs light to sleep, so now you got to give them a private bedroom. So Bubbles would be a hard no, Abe would be a heck yeah, and Ari would be a if there's nobody better, but good dupe later game. So we can't take anybody, we're not going above 8. We're going to take the confetti suit. And confetti suit, who do we give the confetti suit to? I feel like Zed needs a confetti suit. Zed, you're getting the confetti suit if you're out there. So guys, yeah, Zed is also doing this challenge. A few community members are doing the challenge. Everybody is posting their stuff up in our Discord. Nightbot has posted the Discord and YouTube channel up there if anybody wants to come check it out, join us, look at my videos. I post all of my VODs from ONI and Rimworld playthroughs up there. I do occasionally post some like Minecraft time lapses when I'm not taking a break from Minecraft. Used to do a lot more produced content type stuff where I do like episodes for my single player world, and I may get back into that. So, oh, and anybody who's watching the VODs back, all that information is down in the description. I make sure, so whether you're on YouTube or whatever, click downward and you'll find the Discord and the YouTube channel as well. If you're on YouTube, you're probably not looking for the YouTube, but hey. So we do have the chronic illness and mental health awareness tags on the stream. I talk about it quite often, how I deal with, bipolar and ADHD. But I also deal with, and I talk about it sometimes too, but like I have diverticulitis, which is a stomach condition. I can't eat seeds and nuts because there's little like holes in my intestines, can cause infections, etc., etc. A lot of things irritate it, so I have to be kind of careful about what I eat. I can eat pretty normal now after 6 surgeries and almost 5 years of being in and out of hospitals, complications, got pneumonia at one point. So December was the last big surgery. The pneumonia was maybe a month and a half ago, something like that. It wasn't that long ago. So during recovery, it was hard to really get a flow going, and I still have I still feel like I haven't got my full flow back. Last night, I actually started to feel like the old me again. I went on and I trimmed all of the clips and scheduled them out as shorts. So if anybody has clipped anything that's fun and funny from the streams, I got that sorted on YouTube last night. I uploaded the thumbnails for all of the new stuff. uploading the files for this playthrough. I got, I think, half of the streams so far uploaded. It takes a long time to upload files that large. Usually leave it on overnight, but I forgot to last night. They'll be up. It's fine. Soon enough. We've got stuff scheduled to come out. We've got 2 VODs a week and a short a week scheduled right now on the YouTube. My point is I'm just barely starting to get back to that point where I feel like a human being again. It's really not the easiest thing in the world to bounce back from major surgeries. So there's been a lot of... Sorry, nose is a little sniffly today. It always is. It's like something I've been dealing with since I was a kid. I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to cats, and you guys see how I stick my face in my cat's fur and hug them and kiss them and love on them. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be doing that, among other things, right? Now, we're making steel, we're making copper, we're replacing pipes, and we've got heaters going to keep our Drecos alive. We've got incubators, we've got an evolution chamber. Evolution chamber even has a Dreklet egg in it, so we're getting to that point. We'll sweep that out too. Like, there's a few things I'm going to queue up at cycle 99. At cycle 99, we're going to be queuing up artwork, drywall, and sweep commands. We're going to be blocking off doors. And... you know, just kind of pulling the trigger, so to speak. Is this thing erupting? I don't want this to get overpressured. We need all of this. Nick's dormancy in 37 cycles. We got 106 out of 165 cycles. So we got actually pretty lucky on this Steam vent. Anybody who's playing from the community, this is the community seed right here. So everything I got going on as far as geysers, shape, rocks, all that, all this is going to be the same setup when you play if you go to our Discord and play on our community seed. This community seed was brought to us by Flower. Flower has really been on top of the ONI side of our community, so thank you, Flower. They suggested we put up a general ONI chat, so we've got a general ONI chat. And if you guys have suggestions on how to make our community better or more interesting or whatever the case may be, don't hesitate to say something. If you don't want to say it in general chat or any of the other chat areas, you can always feel free to message me on Discord. Happy to try and make this a better place for everybody, for all of us. So, what was I getting at? I don't even know. So, I will take suggestions from other people. I do ask that people understand that I've got certain ways that I'm doing stuff. So if you make a suggestion and I don't do it, it doesn't mean that it's a bad idea. It just means that it's not a good fit in that particular time and place for where my head is at. I'm usually pretty receptive to that stuff, though. I've learned to trust my community, and I mean, this community has grown in such an organic and wonderful way. It's never been a matter of mistrust, but throughout my life, it's been difficult for me to trust other people. It comes from my upbringing. If anybody wants to talk about stuff like that, you can always feel free to message me too. Like, I don't mind talking about my past. I won't go deep into it right now. But because of the way I was brought up, because of a lot of stuff from my past, I'm always very wary of other people in general. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. If I'm walking down the street and there are other people, I will make sure to put as much distance between me and them as possible. And I know it's irrational, but it's this irrational fear of like, you never know who's going to be a psycho. You know what I mean? Like, they might look like a perfectly nice and proper young person or old person. I guess that doesn't matter either. Um, and then they just snap and stab you. You know what I mean? Like, not really like that, but like to a certain extent like that, right? I don't know. Anybody is capable of anything. It's not the best story to be telling on a stream, but I had a friend who had a friend, you know, friend of a friend, and that guy got married, not the friend of a friend. Got married, had 2 kids, living the life, loved his wife loved him, kids were awesome. It was like, you know, it's nice to hear a good story about people who take care of each other and love each other, etc., etc. One night she snapped. She got out a samurai sword and hacked the entire family to pieces. Like, obviously, I don't know all of the story. I don't know if there was a case of mental illness or, you know, some sort of whatever. There could be a million reasons why that actually went down. But, you know, obviously I'm getting it like third hand at this point. So, not exactly sure what the underlying cause of such a snap was. But, you know, basically what I'm saying is shit happens. So be careful out there. But anyway, that was a long. See, I don't know if you guys saw that, but someone dropped a piece of debris down the entire ladder system. Ooh, got a little eye twitch going. Yeah, so we basically just spent an entire cycle, almost 2 cycles, putting in a pipe network. And that's something to look at, right? Like, you think you're queuing up a fuck ton of work. Like, I queued up that work, and I'm like, shit, they're going to be working on it for 10 cycles. But not really. Like, that was like maybe 2 cycles of work, if that. We could probably squeeze out a little bit more. We were on late cycle 68, early cycle 69 when we queued up the work. They do not like being down there. That chlorine is obnoxious. I hate letting chlorine into my base. It's like a personal, like, chlorine is just a personal pet peeve of mine, I feel like. Can't stand the stuff. It drives me nuts. You know what I am gonna do? Because that chlorine is down there. We're gonna put this here. Reason being, I know that there's only a few grams. There's not even a kilo of chlorine down here, so it's gonna get compressed down. Actually, to make sure of this whole thing, let's... Screw it, chlorine pit. Actually, wait. No, CO2 sits below chlorine. Never mind, we'll be perfectly fine. I'm still gonna do this just in case CO2 sneaks up to here. What I'd also like to do... We've got a heat shield all the way down here. I'd like to start breaking that down. That was good in theory before we got our little spike down here. I love little spikes like this. I don't know what it is. The idea of like just having like an insulated like chamber down, like a long hallway almost. So when I first saw this game, I ignored it. Same thing with Rimworld. But one of the reasons is it was the side nature of it all. Like playing Rimworld with the overhead, you can always get me with an overhead view. Because... Oh, okay. Welcome in, Killer. Let's do a shout out for Killer. Shout out Killer Jam 25. Thank you for coming in, Killer. Lurk, hang, do whatever you like. We're getting a few things done. We're at cycle 71, so we've only got 29 left. We're going to put the finishing touches on this base. So, I'm in a little bit of a place in my brain with all of this, right? Like, that doesn't have power to it. Do I run power to it? I really don't think I'm going to need to, but just in case we do, I'm going to do that. And what we can do is airflow that. So, here's something that's been going through my head, guys. Is like the hands-off section of the challenge, right? Do I do it on stream? So here's my concern about doing it on stream. If let's say we got through most of these cycles today, we've been doing roughly 20 to 30 cycles a day. Usually a little less, like usually around 22, 23 cycles a day, something like that. So in my head, I'm like, we'll realistically finish the last 5 to 10 cycles first thing tomorrow, you know, in theory. Maybe we push a little later today. But my feeling is that if I finish the 100 cycles today, and then we immediately move to hands-off, I don't know how long that's going to last. Hopefully it lasts a good long while, but if we finish the 100 cycles right at the 6-hour mark, or just a little after the 6-hour mark, and then we go right into watching the hands-off part of this challenge, are we actually going to get anywhere with it? You know, am I going to be sitting here for 3-4 hours just staring at the screen with you guys, or is it going to die instantly? And then that's the flip side of it tomorrow, right? Like, let's say tomorrow we get on and do 5 or 10 cycles, or just log on for the hands-off portion. What if the base dies in 20 minutes? Then we've got a whole stream where our base is dead. We could move over to playing other games, but like I said, I like to upload the VODs of all of this, so so it's a whole thing. My thought process is, and I don't necessarily want to do it because it sounds like such a almost like a tacky creator thing. Like, if you guys have enjoyed watching me prepare my base for the first 100 cycles, click on over to the YouTube to watch the time lapse of when we take our hands off. Blah blah. You know, like, I totally like picture that thing in my brain, and I'm just like, I don't know. Do I want to do that? But I do kind of think that's the best way to approach this, is to put it over on YouTube. Time lapse the hands off part, put it on YouTube. But I don't know. If anybody wants to weigh in on that, please feel free to pop into chat, or, you know, say something in Discord. Message me. I'll think about it throughout the course of the stream. We'll see where we're at when we get close to the end. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've taken a more lax approach today than I have the last few streams of this. We queued up the work. They're doing the work. There's not really much else we can do. Once they get all the stuff built that I already queued up, including these machines. See, we've already got 1350 steel. Which should mean that we have enough steel to do those and the aqua tuner. We'll queue up the rest of the pipes shortly here. But we are approaching that point where it's like, if you don't have the meat of the work done by this point, you might as well start over. I mean, we've got... See, when you're doing something like this, at least for me, my whole goal is like, yes, we need to be ready by 100 cycles is the challenge goal. But in my mind, what that means is we need to be ready by 75 cycles at the latest, so that we have 25 to address any problems or inconsistencies or last minute whatever. So Like, I'd prefer if the last 20 cycles or so, 15 to 20 cycles, was me just, like, digging out these natural tiles here, setting up commands to crush, and monitoring the cooling system we're going to put in, right? Like, I would love for there to be 15 to 20 cycles of making sure all of this works. So, yeah, let's let them finish this up. This is the death hallway. Oh, I was getting at the side platform aspect of this game. You can think of this game as like a flat layout, like an overhead layout, if you really think about it. And in that, like, this hallway starts to make more sense. It's like, wow, it's weird that you have a pit. Yeah, but if you flip this on its side and pretend we're looking at a, like, top-down view, of course there's a hallway there. That just makes sense. Okay. All of this being said, most of the work is done, so we're going to connect that. Actually, no, that can just go right past it. And then this is going to go there. So that can go like that. So let me think about this, right? So we're drawing more pipe is what we're doing here. So for this, we're going to need that. And once we get past here, I think I do want to actually switch to insulated pipe. I don't mind using normal pipe for most of this, but at a certain point we got to kind of switch to insulated because it might be starting to get more toasty than we would like for certain things. I think this comes down to here and comes over to here. That goes like that. That goes like that. Insulated pipe. Here. And then it's a whole, like, snake through the middle type thing, right? So what I think I'd like to do is, in theory, put that like that. That like that. And then we get the bridge, and we'd go boop, boop, boop. Barb! What's up? We are creating spaghetti. Oh yeah, no stress. You got stuff going on. Don't you worry. Ugh. We are doing the things. Now 550 steel. Why so little steel? Why so serious? We have 2 tons of iron. I need lime, guys. I need lime, and I need it quick. Back to your own account. Welcome back. Glad you were able to get it. Oh, we don't need lime. That was a mistake. All right, we'll put that on a 5 as well. I do think I might move a couple of those wheels. Literally might just move like 1 wheel. Actually, I don't have to move the wheel. I'm like, I need to move the... No, you don't. You just need to, yeah, but we'll do that after the fact. Okay. So, in theory, what we're going to do is we're going to send it this way, and it's going to come back this way. So the input could theoretically be over here, but if we do want to run it around... Yeah. So let's say... At this point... Run it there. I don't need any more steel, as crazy as that sounds. Turn that off for now. Yeah, I'm gonna have them crush copper and smelt copper because we need radiant pipe. We need one of those there. It's like I want to draw out the whole pipe network for our cooling loop here, but at the same time it's like they can only do so much work. You know what I mean? So it's not like we can force them to do anything in particular. Let me see one thing real quick. You are 200. Alright, we're gonna make just a little bit more steel. Just in case I have time to do a thermoregulator setup. 28 cycles. Can I do a deep freeze in 28 cycles to a level that I'd be satisfied that it would be stable. We'll think about that while they finish doing these pipes. Can I do a deep freeze? We have the gas pipe thermosensor. So what if... can't reach up there, so... I know I can do this. I know I can do this. Already got most of the work done I queued up. Damn. I was like concerned we wouldn't be able to move this shit fast enough, and now it's moving faster than I know what to do with. So we've got the water going into the electrolyzer. Everything over here is made out of steel. We've got our automation set up. This could be 90-60. I don't know why. I think it was Francis I saw do that, but I've gotten used to 90-60 as my main jam on that. Okay, and then we're going to need that there. Because we need to prime this system before we get it pushing. We're going to try and sneak in a quick deep freeze setup as one of our last projects over here. Out of steel, yes. We are going to have to get some hydrogen into that loop, so we'll have to get this up and running. Okay, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but I think it's going to be worth the effort for my sanity. So what we're going to do is, instead of this going up here straight off the bat, okay, we can't, no. Don't make mistakes like that, Nether. We can't run through where we're going to put this stuff, right? Deconstruct that bad boy. Shipping. So we're looking at putting that there. Right? And then one of these is going to go here. Oof. Actually, can we get this whole thing lower? I think we can. I think we can put this here. Knock out this tile. We'll have to do something cheeky with the doorways or something. And then we're looking at this tile, and then insulation across here. We are going to need insulated tiles here. And I'm going to need a little bit more steel. So if these two tiles and these two tiles, because we can move this stove back and then put that. Sorry guys, I'm trying to sneak in one last project. So this is going to end up going here. No, here. Oh no, it's going to end up here. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because it's 4 down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 4 over. So if this goes... Oh, that tile. If we remove that tile... Alright, so that's going to go there. We'll make it out of iron. And I don't think I'm going to be overly worried about this thing having that tile missing. That means this is going to have to move over. That can see there. If we have this here, ooh, that'll see up there, but it won't see there. Okay. Just trying to queue up as much stuff as I can, everybody. That goes there. That goes there. And we're going to have to... I might actually have to move that door one more space. Yeah, we'll do that. Wait a second, wait a second. Yeah, okay. Then we need ingredients to get in. I mean, that's a terrible place for that, but can we... Just checking our nature reserve. Just checking our nature reserve. You get power there. You get power there. I'm getting a psychic reader in Rimworld in 7 days. I can't wait. Oh, awesome. Are you going to set up a mood beacon pawn? I want them to do that last. This one on a 9. This one on an 8. I need that stuff done if I'm actually going to pull this off, this last little... Printables, what do we got? Steel? Pfft. You know exactly what I'm doing there. How fast can Nether make a deep freeze? Deep freezes are one of my favorite things. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. Deep freezes are one of my favorite things. Not that I'm not straight up with you guys in general, but I freaking love deep freezes. I don't know why I love deep freezes. They are just 6 times 50. All of this being said, we need hydrogen up there into that loop. So okay. So we are slowly but surely building everything we need. And I say slowly but surely because it is slowly. God, the stress of this challenge is just mind-blowing. Got that going. We've got that going. Then it comes down to what are we going to get? I think we're actually going to use this water into our loop. It's a reasonably easy snag. Okay, so we're going to have a steam turbine here, which is going to be the last thing that gets stuff through it. Now, what we will do is some of this random garbage will probably queue up to have it destroyed at a certain point. Oh, I forgot to turn on all of the recipes. Like, this long pipe of hydrogen, there's a good chance we're just going to queue up to have that destroyed while we're hands-offing. Maybe before then, but 73 cycles. Love you too, Barb. Have fun getting ready. Sorry, I'm a little focused today. I'm also a little out of coffee. Just like a sip. Let's not drink too much coffee, Nether. Let's not drink too much coffee. I'm just over here like, can we sneak in a quick deep freeze? Yes, Nether. Like, I kept being like, oh, there's no way we can do a deep freeze. There's no way we can do a deep freeze. And now I'm over here, I'm like, wait a second. Would you guys think I was insane if I said I'm blown away by the fact that I haven't fucked up our nature reserve yet? Like, we don't have pips to fix it, so I've been super nervous about fucking that up. How is Epidemus doing? I want them into Masterworks ASAP. Actually, do I have them into... No, they're just barely in... Okay, so ranching with a side and art. That's going to be Epidemus's build forever. Sweetney named that pawn. I'd actually like to get this done first, because those two systems, like, this needs to get done. I can actually start this whole system working. Just make sure... Okay. Because this chamber is... Now, what I'm hoping for is that with this little bit of hydrogen in there, since it floats up top, that we'll be able to get this stuff out. So, this one... So yeah, we've pumped out most of the CO2 already. It is getting a little overpressured over here. We might have to pull some shenanigans. Wait, is it all oxygen in here? Did I manage to lock this up with no other gases? Fuck yes! Talk about good shit. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. So this doesn't actually even need to be hooked up here. Which is excellent, excellent. We'll leave that in for now, just in case, but we just need this place to be hydrogen. It all needs to get built. I'm over here like, oh, I should prioritize. Nah, just it all needs to get built. No need to worry too much about prioritizing. Let's get the oxygen generator online, and then let's get the core of the cooling loop built. Plan is working. My plan is working, guys. So, I was looking at the schedule while I was doing YouTube stuff, and the new Rimworld content is coming out next Thursday. Is the official date that it's supposed to be releasing, right? All right, we need those last little bits of oxygen to like filter their way down. They are doing that. So starting next Thursday, the main focus is gonna be Rimworld, because you guys know I love Rimworld. So with the new DLC coming out, basically the moment it goes live, I'm gonna hit download. We should be streaming it on Thursday. If we're not streaming it on Thursday, it's because their servers are too busy with everybody trying to grab it. But the plan is to be streaming that from Thursday pretty much onward. We're going to keep Saturdays our one-off day, and we're going to continue playing Myst 3 on Saturdays. When we finish that, we'll move to Myst 4, etc., etc. But the main focus of the channel is going to be Rimworld once the DLC releases. That being said, between today and then, we've got a little over a week of stream days. If we finish this today or tomorrow, that means we've got 5 days, I think, of stuff to do, and I don't want to get sucked into any major playthroughs, right? We're not going to start any crazy Rimworld playthrough. We're not going to start any crazy ONI challenge or anything like that. So we're going to keep it a little loose as far as what we're going to be doing over the next week and a half while we get ready for the Rimworld DLC to come out. We're probably going to do some Nightingale building and adventuring. Fingers crossed they come out with new content soon, because I want to keep playing that game. Like, I'm always like trying to get on that game, and I'm at the point where, like, you know, I've talked about it before. I'm basically soft capped on that game. Like, I'm building different sets of gear. I've built a tank and melee set, and I've put it on my NPC. If I wanted to switch over to a melee tank build, I'd just take his gear off of him and use it for myself. I'm currently working on a magic/ranged set, because I wanted to work on an all-ranged set. The problem with an all-ranged set, though, is there's no good fibers. There's no good textiles for ranged, so you're either going to build the second half of your range set into magic or into tanky stuff, you know, health and etc., resistances, whatever the case may be. So that, at the moment, I'm building a ranged/magic set. So basically, I'm a distanced DPS class. It's going to take a little while because I got to hunt something. Anyway, I digress often and shamelessly. So we'll probably do some building. There's a few things I want to get done in there as far as that goes. Okay, hang on a second. Let's let the oxygen filter down into there just a little bit. Let's kind of micro the gas over here. I don't want it to suck out all the hydrogen, because that'll cause problems. But we need that oxygen out of there. The oxygen should naturally sit below the hydrogen, but because of that little lip that I've got going on over there, it's being a little bit more ridiculous. Can you please? I'm basically like yanking out a couple of tiles of oxygen, letting it move around, yanking out a couple of more tiles of oxygen. I mean, some hydrogen is going to come with it naturally, but... I'm trying real hard not to waste our good fortune here. We were fortunate enough to be in a spot where we could, like, drop a little bit of hydrogen in there. So I'd prefer not to waste that opportunity. Milligrams, but there's also milligrams. Come on, oxygen. Come on. I don't want to have to break back in here because it's going to be a mess if I have to. Loud cars. Alright, so if it gets sucked out to a vacuum, I'm going to send somebody in under here to open this and let hydrogen up into it. But I gotta not worry so much because if we keep turning this on and off, it's never going to happen. We're on cycle 74. I've put in like 2 cycles of trying to spin this up. We need this actually working, so... See, I think what's happening is the AI is like, oh, there's not a lot of hydrogen, the oxygen should overtake it. Oh, there's not a lot of oxygen, the hydrogen should overtake it. It's not sure which gas should overtake which gas because, you know, priorities and whatnot. Come on, get off that shelf. I learned a lesson today. Like I said, if it gets sucked down to a vacuum, we have other options. I would just prefer not to use them. All right, what's going on with the rest of the base over here? All right, we've got power going there. That stuff needs to get built. Are we out of copper? We're out of copper. We got 1450 steel. Forever on steel. Let's let them finish the batch they're on over here. Let's get copper going. I just want to make sure that we've still got CO2 in those spots. We do. Let me just double check that. Ventilation, gas bridge. See, I bet when we started, you guys were like, oh, damn, Nether is cooking today. He's moving at speed. We're going to get this thing done. And now we're almost 2 hours in, and we've done, what, like 7 cycles? I'm definitely a crazy person to some degree. This needs our attention more than anything. If we don't have renewable sources of air, we might as well just not do this challenge. You know what I mean? So we got to get this done. I'm going to shut that off for a minute, and I'm going to see if this oxygen will settle. No, it's not going to settle. We just got to let that go. While we queue up a few other pieces of work as we go here. Now, normally I get hydrogen in here and in here, but I'm going to take the CO2 in here, and this is just going to have to be what it is. CO2 is not a great conductor of stuff, but this is made of steel, so... Man, that's almost like perfect. Like, this is how much water is left down here, and we've got just enough steel to finish out what we're doing. That's phenomenal. Now, if you guys want a reason to have a plumber, you can plumb gas pipes. And if you plumb gas pipes, you wind up in a situation where you have canned hydrogen or oxygen. So you could theoretically pump out the tiniest little bit of this, plumber the pipe, vacuum the place out, and then have a dupe go in and open it. Now, the problem with that is if you don't have Atmos suits and the dupe breathes out, you wind up with CO2 somewhere. Unless you're trying to do CO2, which at that point, just have a dupe walk in and stay there. This is going to drive me fucking crazy. What was that? Somebody get a skill point? We don't have research going. Maybe it was Julie. Julie is a digger. Everybody get into athletics at the moment. I think priming and stabilizing your oxygen generator is one of the most time-consuming and frustrating things to do in this game. Power is in there. Liquid pipes are run. Okay. Gas pipes are sorted, and the automation wire. If this is above 0, we'll try to spin it down so it doesn't overload too quick. We'll put that there. That can get deconstructed. This is... We're going to put that there. Plug that in. And then right here, we'll put a refrigerator. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. It's going to put all of our food away from us where we can't do it, so... Right, because that's dying. anybody else nervous like I am? How are we doing down here? God, I hate you. Just be hydrogen. Barbecue, gristleberry. If you find lettuce, you can put it there. All of this stuff can go there. We're going to put this on a 6. This is going to be on a 5. See, we're having our first casualty of heat. Our Great Hall is now a mess hall because this thing is dead. Where is Epidemus? Can we get Epidemus 1.5 more levels? Or do we have to scrub somebody else into it? Ada's a runner. We need Barb doing that stuff. Killer we need building. Lyra... Alright, they're going to have to deal with it being a mess hall. For now. What is 19 of 7, 14 of 10, 21 of 7, 16, 10, 17, 9, 17, 6, 18, 10, 19, 9. The only one that's scary is Barb. And that's because she's already on mess hall. Okay, so we're not going to put any more into Barb at the moment, but we shouldn't have any stress breaks. We've just got to survive 26 more cycles and make all of this functional. I swear to fucking God. See, so this thing is fighting because the tendency for gases is to go to the bottom right. So there's a bottom right here, but there's also a bottom right here. So the gas is having trouble flowing this way down. If I had this to do over again, I'd probably build it so that this is just a perfect square, just for this situation here. The awesome thing is there's just oxygen on this side, which is perfect. But this side, see, if this oxygen tile is right there or right there, there's a good chance that oxygen will push over to this side, and we don't want that. We only want hydrogen on this side for this. This is called a Hydra. It's a submerged, self-powered oxygen machine. There is plenty of hydrogen that's going to be produced by this to keep those generators and the pumps and the electrolyzer running. So we just need that to do its thing. All this being said, we need to start getting the loop sorted. So let's say we do want to offer some cooling over here, right? So let's say we come to there, and then we come back over to here, right? Now, how much cooling is dependent on how fast these guys can churn things out, right? We are going to need... We're going to need a pipe on our steam turbine so that can jump over the cooling loop. and can go, I'm going to say right there. That's an awkward line, but hang on. All right, so how much plastic do we have? 300 kilos. Wonderful. So we can actually queue this son of a bitch up. And it can be made out of lead. And that's going to go right there. Heavy watt wire connected to our grid. So whenever that dumps stuff, it dumps stuff. Then if we look over here at plumbing, it's right there, but we could put it somewhere else. We could flip it. Let's flip that. So if we flip that like that, then we go back into our plumbing, snag insulated pipe. It's still going to have to jump over that, but it's going to go here. Like that. And we're going to grab radiant pipe and go like that. Right? Then we're going to grab insulated. And we're going to come in there to a liquid pipe thermosensor. Make that out of lead. Utilities, thermo aqua tuner out of steel. Input goes there. Insulated liquid pipe. That goes in there, comes out of there, goes this way. Bridges onto itself. And this creates a conundrum. We kind of need the loop to go over itself. So this could go there. These pipes are going to become obsolete super quick. It doesn't need to be insulated because it's going to come out nice and cold. Now the motherfucker of it. This is where I think we might have to move some of these wheels. Right? Because we need power for this thing. So yeah, we're actually going to and it is time to get serious about everything. So, heavy watt wire. There are other ways to do this, but I think we're going to go with the conductive. You're going to go just on a little trip up there. That's going to get deleted. We'll drop in 2 transformers there. How much water is left down here? Fucking nothing. We might even be able to mop that at this point. Okay, so we're not going to get a lot of actual refinement done anymore with that liquid, so those pipes can go real soon. How are we down here? Oh, so goddamn close. This is driving me nuts, guys. Like, this is... Okay, micrograms. I'd prefer it doesn't go to a vacuum, but at this point, I'm just like, maybe that's what needs to happen. But we've got plenty of other work queued up for our people, so... that there. I'm going to put a ladder segment there. The water reservoir is not in an optimal place, but it'll do for now. The idea with the water reservoir is to kind of smear out the temperature so that we don't wind up with irregular blobs. Because if you have one blob that's at like 5 degrees, but the blob behind it is at 28 degrees, when the aqua tuner kicks on from that 28 degree one, it'll freeze the 5 and then you'll get breaks in the pipe. We're going to try and run this as efficiently as possible because all of it needs to get done. All right, how is... All right, this is trying to stabilize. It's trying real hard to stabilize. It's not sure what should be overtaken. Like, this might just straight turn to vacuum right now. And we have vacuum. Not the greatest thing in the world, but I think we can... I would have liked to have had this online a lot sooner. Love you too. Have fun out there. Thank you for lurking, Sweetney. Sorry if I think I said something before, but if I didn't, there we are then. Okay, our digger is coming in hot. I'd like to sweep out the algae. Nothing else in here has to be swept out. Yeah. You need to breathe. I understand you need to breathe. Let's keep it together here, Julie. I'm always over here worried, like, do I have enough work queued up? And it's like, they got some stuff to do over here. If this is above 30 degrees... It's like, I kind of want to set that at, like... 28 degrees. It's going to pull 14 degrees of temperature out. And if it goes past the crops, we don't want them frozen out, right? So if we go to 30, it shouldn't kick on nearly as often. That'll drop it down to 16 degrees. Oh, that's a problem. Is it the worst problem in the world? Probably not. So, if it's at 35, what temperature is mealwood? I can never remember. 10 to 30. So if we set this to 30, it'll get knocked down to 16. If we set this to 25, it'll get knocked down to 11. Yes. What we are going to do real quick, though, is we're going to snip this pipe right here. I don't want any of it going into there just yet. What we're going to do is we're going to get our water hooked up to the loop. Then once the water is hooked up to the loop... Cut that for now. God, this is an impossible challenge. We're going to go like that. This is going to go onto the loop. That should go all the way around. And for now, let's connect that like that. And we can turn this on. And it's not a good idea to just leave your pump running if you're doing a loop that has no liquid buffer in it. But since we've got a substantially sized loop here, I'm literally just going to let that run. Because as soon as they get those two bits built, it'll start filling that thing. I mean, we've got a pretty good-sized tank of water over here. What I would like to do is dig out that section there, because there's some algae in there. That's one of the things we're going to do right before we finish up, is we're going to dig out all the little pockets of algae that we can get access to. Not sure how we missed that, but we don't want to auto-harvest bomb lily down here. Oh god, so perfect. We're going to emergency status that before it gets fucked up. I mean, we're lucky that pocket of hydrogen was there. We were going to have to vacuum that out no matter what, so... Barb the Builder is on it. And that's somebody's break time. Excellent. So we've got 25 cycles to go. We're 3/4 of the way to our situation here. What do we got? What do we got? A pip. We have to take the pip. That's our good luck charm, guys. We're gonna put the pip up here in the mess hall. Because if they mutate into a cuddle pip, that'd be awesome. Automation wire. That could have been catastrophic if I had forgotten that, but... Oh, and we've got temp shift plates up here. Stuff's coming together nicely. Just overkill the shit out of that temp shift plate situation. Okay. Gas is there already. Putting the finishing touches on over there. We're filling up our cooling loop. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick break right now. And when I come back, we're going to get our oxygen generator turned on. We're going to finish up the last little tidbits of the cooling loop, get that going. And then just kind of check on all of our systems and start doing the proper cleanup work to get this all... We need to be able to test these systems a little bit. And so we're going to, like I said, restroom break. Oh, it's treating me really well, Killer. We were actually able to build a deep freeze setup real quick. We just got the oxygen generator primed, so we're going to turn that on after the restroom break. We built the aqua tuner. We have the water in place. We have enough plastic to build the steam turbine, so we queued that up. We're filling the cooling loop. And we have everybody working double time on crushing and refining copper for radiant pipes so we can properly do, like, we don't have everything set up right now because we need more radiant pipe, but as I just said, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, put up the links to Bobby's music. If anybody likes the Be Right Back music, that's who did it. And then, first and foremost, let's get rid of this vent. Because that needs to be deconstructed. We need to fill our loop for our deep freeze. We need to fill our cooling loop. We need to finish out the steam turbine and those temp shift plates. And we need to get this on, make sure that all of our priorities are right, and then deconstruct a bunch of junk that might be in the way, dig out the tiles that will help us, like algae. And basically, like, these last 25 cycles, we don't have any major projects. It's just detail work at this point, making sure that our systems have the right redundancies. But apparently I can't stand up and go to the bathroom because I want to keep talking. So let me go do that so we can get back to it. I'll see everybody in a few moments. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Let's, now, one thing I noticed as I just sat down... Oh, there's insufficient resources. Right, that makes sense. So, starving, tiny baby looking for food. Looking for food. 4.8 cycles, 6.1 cycles. So, let's just take a look around our house real quick here. Glossy Dreco. There should not be anything in here, but we're going to set that to all critters just in case something happens. Same thing over here, actually. Pickup should be on all critters. Because if we wind up with the Glossy Dreco... I said something, but I am doing something, so I won't be able to really talk, so back to lurking. Alright, sounds good. Oh, I see your games, right. On the wall. I'm guessing you meant on the fence, but... I mean, hey. You gotta try new things, right? How are you doing? Starving. 4.4 cycles. This is 34.4 degrees, 33, 32, 31. Well then, temp shift plates. Okay, so gradually this spot is heating up here, but it's gradual. Like this spot over here is nice and toasted. This spot, however, have we put in the temp shift plates? Not quite yet. Okay, so this system is primed, right? So that just means I've got to turn on this bad boy. There is nothing in there, so we're going to snip that and go like that. If this is above 100 grams, is what we said. You know what? We're going to snip that for now. Now this should be able to be taken off of the main grid. This should be able to be hooked up. That is exactly how that is supposed to be functioning. I know it looks like it's not stable, but that's the situation. then that can distribute through the base. It's a little bit hot, but we're going to get our cooling system going here momentarily. Actually, yeah. So let's shut that off for now. We've got plenty of algae to work with. Better to let the hydrogen build up a little bit too, to have a buffer anyway. Okay. How is Epidemus coming along? Killer. We need you to be into demolition, I think. Huh. Okay. Maybe not. We're going to have to re-skill scrub a few people. Zed, yes. So this is going to be kind of our default setup. We're going to have people into mechatronics engineering. Zed is going into grilling because they're our cook. If there are leftover points, we would put Zed into exosuit training because it's a plus to athletics, but we would cap his stuff out, and we don't want to worry too much about that. Or this is Zen. Sorry, not Zed. Zed over here is a rancher. Now, it's kind of a toss-up. It's only 4 points, and they have a passion in it to get to exosuit training, so I'm kind of leaning towards having them be athletics as their secondary. Basically, we've got a primary skill tree for everybody who specializes, and then a secondary skill tree. The reason we're going to make our secondary skill tree of most people mechatronics engineering is because it increases machinery, so they'll be faster on the wheels, or something like that. Lyra over here is designed to be a mechatronics engineer. If we get her anything secondary, we'll add exosuit training. Right now, our Great Hall bonus is broken, which is why I'm so concerned with Epidemus here, because there are theoretical artists. Now, Zed is ranching and Epidemus are ranching. I think we scrub Epidemus and get him into artwork. No, they need to be... How do we have our priorities set? Because shit's getting done. So ranching, Zed, and Epidemus are upticked on, and then they're both doing farming when they're not ranching. That's exactly what we want it to be. Athletics for ranchers is important because they spend a lot of time... That's exactly what I was thinking, Flower. That's exactly what I was thinking. And they're going to be the ones that are the most busy. Once we take our hands off ranchers, cooks, and farmers, which is 3 of our dupes, right? We've got 2 that ranch and farm, and we've got 1 that cooks all the time. So that's pretty much all they're doing. And if one of the ranchers, Epidemus, is ever done with ranching and farming, they're not going to have a side in artwork. And other than that, everybody else is going to be running. And if they have no running to do because the batteries are full, they can haul. And that's literally the entire colony. Like, run, clean, eat, sleep, poop. Those are your 5 tasks. Like, we do have 24 cycles and some more building to do, but it's looking pretty good. Let's slap in some of this radiant pipe while we're here. 5, 10, so 10 times 50 would be 500. This would be 1,000. Yeah, let's do that. And then 10 more. Well, 11 more. And they're still working on crushing copper, so we're good. And this whole system is officially discontinued. So we can run this line through here. We can... Not that there's a reason to delete this, but we might want to run pipes And there is just too much going on right here. You know what? No, there's no reason for that. I'm like, what if we leave this here just in case we need it? We're cleaning up the last of our projects here. We're not going to need a goddamn thing. And this pump isn't here anymore, so that can get busted out. These are cleared, so we can hook them up. Those are getting ready to be built. That is still in the process of being built. And that thing is in the process of being processed. Okay. We are slowly but surely getting here, guys. Slowly but surely getting here. Now, I am going to hook up our polluted water overflow to our infinite storage because, you know, it's not realistically going to overflow. There's always a place for the water to go with the bristleberries hooked up over there. The thing is, we're going to have to disconnect those bristleberries before we take our hands off, because they're just going to eat water, and they're going to get stifled anyway. I mean, we could leave them until they get stifled, but... Oh, I accidentally got some water into the, Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is why we're deleting pipes. Oh, much cleaner. Everything looks much cleaner. Our refinery is officially being decommissioned because we're not rerouting anything else for coolant. Yeah, I have to snip those bristleberries off before we go here. I mean, not before we go today, but before we press play on the action. Now we've got them crushing more copper for us because I don't care about efficiency at this point. We've got 3.8 tons of coal, so we need to get all major projects. Why are you red? Wait, okay, so... Right, if it's below 20 kilos, we send a green signal to pump up to 20 kilos, right? And that works as an OR gate, even though we don't have an OR gate researched, because two lines plugged into the same thing, if one of them goes green, they both go green. So that's pumping. This will pump because it's above 100 grams. But the hydrogen generators are full. So this is backfilling with oxygen, which is good, which is pumping from over here. Sudsy! How you doing? Oh, you know what? I'm an asshole. I forgot to shout out Flower. Shout out to They Flower. They Flower is the person who chose this map, so if you guys are enjoying the map and the community, please give a thank you to Flower, because I appreciate the heck out of it. Sometimes it's not easy to pick a seed, and flour came through in spades on this one. Yeah, honestly, time to discontinue the bristleberry. And the toilet water can just start overflowing into infinite storage. Okay. Our loop tank is almost full, which is good. Then we can reconnect everything as appropriate. So we have to turn off the bristleberries because they'll just keep eating stuff, and we don't want that. We want our mealwood to take us through until when our Dreco farms are fully online. I'm scared about living on Drecos, mostly because we haven't got the temperature on our bomb lily up high enough. It's gradually getting there. Like, this one is 34.5 degrees, but if that doesn't come up soon, we're going to have a problem. And right now we have 6 of 7 critters with two in the incubators. Incubators aren't actually on. Are we getting close to the right temp over here? 34.2. These shift plates aren't doing as much work as I would like them to be doing. Just got home from a 45-day visit at my mom's and I'm tired. Oh, geez. You know what? We're going to bump this up just so we keep the heat going. Same thing over here. These things are draining a lot of our power resources, but better draining them now. Okay. So, let's take a quick look down here. We've got power going to our aqua tuner. We've got the automation set. Pipes are coming in the correct way. The output goes around over here. We'll come down through here. We'll come down. I am concerned about this with this guy running. We've got 30, so we can watch this over the next bunch of cycles. If it adds too much heat to the cooling loop with those 4 tiles, we'll snip 2 of them out, and if it's still adding too much heat, I don't even know. We'll just snip it out entirely, and then whenever temperature runs out in all of these biomes getting dragged in here to solidify, that'll take fucking forever, but it is a shame we're not going to be able to sweep up all those resources, but I digress. Often and shamelessly. 275 tons of copper. Nauseum, rating with a party of 5. Thank you so much, Nauseum. Welcome into the madness. We'll do a shout out for Nauseum over here. Much appreciated. If you guys haven't checked out Nauseum, please go check him out. Alright, I am following you. I did want to just double check that because I always forget. It's going good. We're on cycle 76, and most of our core systems are online. I think I can build this last tile and the steam turbine and start running cooling. Our oxygen generator appears to be working properly. So right now we're kind of working on cleanup projects and pipe priorities and all of that stuff. I'm also trying to decide if I want to sweep in all the stuff that's over here. 88.6 degrees is a bit on the toasty side. 90 degrees. Yeah, let's not bring in 90 degree stuff. I mean, this stuff over here is like... Honestly, none of this is worth going out to grab. Do we have all the diamond? I see diamond here. That's very toasty, but... But we need diamond inside more than more than we needed outside. But other than that, I don't really care. I mean, we can just build out of some of this diamond. That would be 16 for 2 of those temp shift plates. I'm going to put one right there. Can we... Okay, can we button up our situation over here? It's okay. We don't have any of that in there. We've got that in there. We've got temp shift plates, which I always forget in my steam rooms. I think we can bring this to done. Normally I'd deconstruct and yank that ladder out, but I don't care. What we also need to do is get hydrogen in our loop over here. Now, let's not... If this is above about a bajillion degrees, that way it doesn't turn on. I like this. I like this a lot. And if we needed a gas range, we could put it here. I think I might have found my new way, my preferred way of doing kitchens. We could even move this door back here, and then we could put the... I don't know what it's called. The musher, the micro musher there. I think we could. I mean, we could make some minor adjustments to this, and now we have a transition to a permanent kitchen, especially on a 4-dupe base, or an 8-dupe base. I have to head out and finish making dinner. Best of luck. Thank you so much. I will do my best. Now we're going to watch this carefully. The thing is, with aquatuners and with thermoregulators, there is a degree of... That should be plenty to let back on, and let's actually snip that pipe there. Two, three, 4, 5 blobs. So what I'm going to say is let's let those 4 on. Oh yeah, they all go back to the bridge. Now that looks like a pretty full loop there. How much is in that? 800 grams. How much is in this? 289 grams. No real way to... You know what? That might overfill it. That might overfill it. Let's turn this on and see. You know what? I'll have an 800 in there. Wait, this one is 300 and this one is 800. Okay, so... Yeah, thought something like that might happen. So some of it goes into and stays inside of the thermoregulator. So you wind up like needing a little bit more than the full loop, but if you put too much, it'll block the loop. So now what we don't want is for that to ever stop when we're not doing something. I don't mind having 1 or 2 that are slightly underfilled. You sons of bitches. Somehow I accidentally overwrote that. Can I make that steel through the wall? Alright, so that one can see that loader. That one cannot see that loader. So at this point, we go in here, and we go down to edible. Barbecue, gristleberry. If they find lettuce, they're not going to find lettuce, but if they pull it out of their butts somehow. So that goes there. We are going to allow manual use at a 5, but we're going to set the refrigerator to a 6. So they won't move food from the refrigerator back to there. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go into the refrigerator. How much? So 100 kilo. How much is a kilo of food? So this is rations 1,800. 1 kilo. Okay, so we want to set this fridge to about 5 kilos of I'm so glad we can build that pipe through the corner. Yeah, so this is our food. The pickled meal gets moved down, dropped out there. This thing grabs the food and puts it in the refrigerator. And the thermoregulator is going to eat a bunch of power until we get down to a very cold temperature. Hold on, real quick. Why can't I pause the goddamn game? There we go. Let's do above like 1,000,000 degrees, because right now we don't have our cooling loop running just yet. Okay. So, speaking of cooling loop, that thing is full. I don't think we're going to need any more of that, but in case we do, we'll leave that on there for now. Oh, there was just a major car accident outside my house. Hang on a second. Jesus. That was on my front lawn, basically. So everybody drives fast past the store over there. It's a big intersection. And then right in front of my house, it turns into a parking area unless it's like rush hour. So all the time, people are coming down the road and they just hit, like, I'm lucky I never had my car hit over there because that's just what happened. Like, it's like if you park in front of my house consistently, eventually you're just going to get smashed into. And there was like a little delivery truck parked there, and some guy came speeding through, tried to get out of the way. It's always their front passenger side, because they're driving, they're like, oh shit, that's a stopped car, and they swerve. Luckily, they didn't get shoved into traffic and do other damage, but they shoved the delivery truck right up onto the sidewalk right outside my house. That was pretty insane right there. Huh, okay. Let's try to get back into motion here. So our loop needs to get running. How much copper do we have? 425 kilos. Is that enough to... You know what? Like, I'm pretty good with that. That should be fine. Go toward the blueprint and it won't overwrite. Go away from the blueprint and it will. Hold on. Liquid pipe. There. Okay. Doing good. Doing good. I feel real bad for the people in the accident out there, but it doesn't look like... It's a really bad fender bender, but it is still just kind of a fender bender, so... Okay, so water is coming in. Kitty? we're getting a green signal, why aren't you turning on? Why aren't you turning on? Pipe blocked. Why is the pipe blocked? Tachyon, please, sir. Please. Oh, because I'm building this over here. Right. .42-degree water coming in, 27-degree water coming out. That's what we're looking for. Now, if you want to get... Yeah, true. I don't know if I'm going to be long. I'm in the hospital right now, but I'm really hoping that people are okay out there. Oh, are you okay? I mean, you don't have to talk about it, but if you don't want. But you know I've spent a lot of time in hospitals, so hopefully it's nothing serious, and you're just getting something routine done. But whatever it is, I'm sorry you got to go through it. Hi, Tachyon. Who's a handsome lobster? Hey, buddy. Okay, it's kitty time, guys. It's kitty time. Hi. If I lean back enough, there it is. There it is. Hi. Welcome back, Sweetney. You're in time for tack time. Hi, buddy. How you doing? I know, it's crazy outside. Big noises. There's probably already a lot of people gathered around. You all overstimulated? Are you overstimulated? That's a good boy. That's a good baby. Can I have a hug? Oh. I love you so much. I love you so, so much. Guys, I know he's not an actual child, but this is my child right here. I love this kitty with everything that I am. I would do anything for this guy. Right? Except give him both arms 24/7, because that's what he wants. Would you please sit in my lap? If I put you in my lap, will you sit there? No, you won't, will you? You did that the very first day and never again. Well, until you get too old and tired. But we don't want that to happen. You stay young forever. Okay, Bob. I gotta play my game. Okay. So... he is, isn't he? I think it's time to plug this side up. There's no reason we need to be over here anymore. Right, the doors are open. Yeah, we're gonna move this back here, because of course we are. Because now Nether is figuring things out. Alright, allow manual... Hey, buddy. Are we back again? Is it more adorable asserting dominance time? Sacrifice 1,000 souls for tack. Souls for the tack god. You hear that? What are we doing? What are we doing? What do you want? You are very early, sir. Usually this doesn't start for another 2 hours. Ooh. The tummy is tender, Bubba. It's going to be tender for a very long time. Oh, God. Yeah, my left face side is a bit paralyzed, like my left side of my mouth won't work right, and my left eye doesn't completely close. Oh, no! That doesn't sound good. Please keep us posted. Let us know if there's anything we can do, but if you want to talk about it, also, just... let us know. I'm sorry you're going through that. That sounds very scary. Epidemus, my dude, can we get you a little bit further up the art chain? I need, I'm just really happy to be here with you guys. Makes it better. That's awesome. Well, thank you. That feels good to know that we can help. We really need Epidemus to get their art skill up. We need this to be a statue. In fact, temperature-wise, what temperature is it right here? It's like right on the cusp. He's sitting in my lap, guys. He's sitting in my lap. Isn't it beautiful? Hi, Julie! I'm getting kitty lap time. Let's shout out Julie Pixels. Guys, if you haven't checked out... Did I do that right? I did do that right. Okay, I misspelled it one time and I feel terrible. We met Julie from playing ONI. We've met a lot of people from playing ONI. This game has brought a lot of us together. Let's actually bridge some of this on here. I'd like to have a slightly fuller loop. You're welcome. Yeah, guys, definitely go check out Julie. Julie's an amazing person, good streamer, and fellow cat lover. Julie, we're down to 23 cycles on the challenge, and we've got our cooling system in place, spinning up now. We've got our spam on, but not pushing just yet, because we wanted to make sure our cooling was in place. Even built a little deep freeze setup, so we can deep freeze food, which makes me feel a lot better about everything. Let's make sure to set this to cooking ingredients. I mean, sure, you could put pencha pepper in there, and then edible. We want bristleberry, lettuce, meal lice, meat. Right? Yeah, ingredients we want to go in there and allow manual use. So they won't be able to access the pile of ingredients because that'll all be there. So they can't get stuck in an infinite loop. This thing can access the ingredients and put them in here. Excellent. And can see the finished food and put it in there, which drops it in here. Where'd that pip go? Oh, well, the doors are not closed yet. Yeah, Kitty has been very affectionate lately. Oh, and we just locked our doors, so to speak, so we can actually do a little bit of decommissioning of old systems right now. You know what? No, we'll leave the systems as a reminder of where we came from. Now, as far as pipes are concerned, deconstruct that bridge. It is tempting to deconstruct all the stuff that we're not using, but I'm gonna leave the Atmos suit for the last deconstruction errand. The reason it's tempting is because we can have filtration as long as we have rocks to crush, because that's going on the list real soon here. Alright, this is on manual use. This is all of the cooked stuff, so if they drop anything on the floor, they can bring it here. This is on everything they can eat. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, okay, that's fine. This is on everything they can eat, and it's on 5 kilos. Auto sweeper grabs it from the corner, puts it up there. 2, 4, 6 people running on the wheel. A couple of other people doing other things. And it looks like... No, 2, 4... Yeah. So this is basically what our place is going to look like for the most part. It's going to be this. We do need this to be artwork. Hey, Nether, do you mind reading Nauseum's messages? Where is Nauseum's messages? Hey, you got a bot in your server. I just got a random DM. Really? Can you tell me, can you send me the name? I'll ban them right now. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I try to be on it, but if you guys let me know. Sorry about that. Put a needle in my lower back and take some of my brain water to inspect if it's from a tick or so. So yeah, oh yeah, that's heavy. Sorry if it makes someone uncomfortable. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Sorry, stepped out a sec. Bot's name is Laura. Laura. Okay, give me a sec. Let me get rid of said person. Doesn't look like they're online. Who is this? Is it the one with the wings? Like the angel wings? I have it set on streamer mode, so I can't read the full name. But is it the person that's got like they're standing there and they generally won't DM the server owner, so it's annoying. Ah, gotcha. Black and white selfie pic. Sorry to everyone on stream and stuff like that. I just try to Nauseum, can you link me in a message on that? Because I can't seem to find them real quick on the list here. Not that I'm good at doing stuff like that, but being that it's in streamer mode and everything, I can't actually read full names. But if you could link it to me, listed as offline. Or send me a screen cap. That would be... After Killer Queen. Found it. All right. Banned. Thank you so much, Nauseum. Yeah, if anybody... Where's a bit lately had a friend get raided by them this morning. Yeah. Bots will happen. Unfortunately. Okay, looks like Cooling Loop is looping. We don't actually need it here, because we're going to let these die. It's fine. We'll leave it. Yep, exactly as I planned. Now we've got steam. Excellent. I'm having a headache, but I'm not allowed to drink anymore. Yeah, that's the hard thing about the... I already did, Sandy. My roommate's telling me about the accident. I mean, they're running. They're keeping up with the Aqua Tuner. Hey, buddy. Hey, I'm on the last 23 cycles. Can I please do business here? Can I please? I love you. I do. I love you so much. You are the star of my streams. Do you know that? Do you know that you are the famous one? Yeah, I appreciate it, Nauseum. Have fun cooking whatever you're cooking. I gotta have the kitty underarm, otherwise he's not happy. Okay, so we got the steam geyser plugged up. We got the oil biome plugged up. We've got our aqua tuner running, which is eating a lot of power. We don't have a ton of power yet. And our oxygen maker is good. $25 kilos of oxygen per tile. So yeah, that's going to regulate our water, because it won't accept more water if we've got 25 kilos of O2 in here. I'm really sorry right now if I'm a bit away from like the game and all, even though I don't completely understand it, but I don't really have anyone. No, not a problem. We've very often stopped gaming so that we could help our friends here in the community, and I am happy to do so. I hope what we're doing helps. You know, I'm not sure what to even say, like, because I've been through it a lot too, you know. So it's not an easy thing for sure. Now let's not fuck up our what you call. We can grab that. Right. Nature reserve is still existing. Excellent. Looks like people are picking up meal ice. Looks like the system is working. I can't be 100% sure, but let's watch Lyra put that there, and that's getting sent over to the ingredients. Excellent. Now over here, what are we getting water-wise? 39. So we're cooling off water. Steam turbine is kicking on. It's not at full capacity, which is good because that means we're not producing more heat than it can eat. This guy down here, this needs to be, honestly, -50. It's going to add a lot of heat to the equation, but got to keep an eye on that, because it's going to take a while for that to get down cold enough, but sometimes a cool cloth on the back of the neck. And yes. I don't know all those remedies, but there are a lot of good non-medicine food remedies. Thanks for the tip. Oh, don't worry. No, we talk about mental health here all the time, right? So it's not a big deal. Alright, I think we might have to step this down incrementally, but I'd love to be able to just set it on 50 and let it go. It seems to be kind of stabilizing at about 45 degrees. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time for everything to balance out. I'm having these guys dig all this up because we can crush stuff, right? I think even... Yeah, so we're literally going to have them crush everything. We only have them crushing copper right now because we might want to throw down some radiant pipes. Really, the last 22 cycles here is basically stress testing all of our systems, making sure things work. We're going to let them keep putting algae into the algae things because we might as well. All of the vents are regular vents, so our oxygen generator won't push oxygen if things are overpressured. Anyway, we've got 2 carbon skimmers, one down here and one up here. This one will eat what, you know, they'll both eat whatever comes past them, but this one's our ideal situation. This one is if, you know, that doesn't quite get itself together. What else can we do right now? What is pretty funny is that something over my left eye, because I can't really close while sleeping, so the eye doesn't like dry out like so, and it just looks funny. My family and me had a small laugh when I video called them. Oh yeah, I used to have a pair of glasses that I basically had set up as an eye patch, right? And you know, I cut out a card, an ace of spades, and I put it over the eye. I think you guys have probably seen it. Now that I have actual glasses, I can see a lot better, so that's good. And I don't need it, so yay! Alright, so like I said... Oh, the little smile rugs finally hatched. None of this really needs to be here anymore. We might as well dig that out. I mean, you know what? We're in the final days here, so... Actually, I think that adds decor, right? But what we can do is deconstruct this. We can search for coal, not that we have a lot left. We can put that there. Now, we can't have that steam turbine, or we can't have that aqua tuner running non-stop. Like, the steam turbine recycles the heat and power, but we really can't have that thing running non-stop. We just don't have the power grid to really accommodate that. We will, in theory, it shouldn't... Here's a question. 25, 26. Yeah, that should be fine. Picking up a degree or two over here to help help the steam turn into water, that'll work for me. Thermoregulator's getting the job done. We've got food freezing. Furniture. Out of granite. We're gonna put you there. I need someone into artwork. God damn it, Epidemus. Do I have to scrub somebody? I might scrub Barb and put her into artwork real quick. Barb's had her brain scrubbed once already. There's nobody I really want to scrub. I want Lyra running. You know what? I know I just queued up some digging. Let's see what other digging we can do. I feel bad not digging up these natural tiles over here. But... wait, okay, so how much does each tile cost? That's a good question. Let's just do the math on this real quick. Tile costs 200. Okay, so we get more material. Yep, so I will. We get 500 material out of digging it, even though it's half the mass. Let me see if I can explain. There's 700 kilos here, so we'll get 350 kilos out of it. We'll use 200 to build the tile, so we net 150 kilos of sandstone. This is important because the only thing that we're going to have going other than running on wheels is crushing. They're going to be crushing it. So I kind of want to see if there's any more digging that I want to queue up. Do I want to dig this stuff up? Not really. We don't really need to be digging up anything at all. This is just kind of like my... I love digging maps, so... if we can do a little bit of digging, I'm okay with that. H on the Draco, 16, 12, 4, 16, 6. Time to decommission the shearing station there. I'm just going to disable this one. We need to put a sweeper in there. Like this sweeper... sweeper is not where it needs to be. Gosh darn it. That's what I mean about checking systems. So that needs to be over 1. That one goes there. It can see that. This needs to be moved. So this needs to be moved. We'll put that up there. Alright, Pip is back in the mess hall. "78 cycles, guys. In 22 cycles, we do hands off." Do I really want to do all this digging? I honestly don't know if I want to do all this digging. As I'm like over here, like, should I just queue up more? Oh, we have issues. So if this goes there, it can't see over there. And that can't see that corner. This won't see that corner. So the corner... corner where that is... we're gonna have to make an adjustment here. No shit, no there. We're gonna put 2 tiles there. We're gonna break that out. And... I think easiest way to get... oh, wait, well that'll see that, right? Yeah. And we can dig that. And we'll put 2 tiles in there. Actually, we can move this here. And then deconstruct this. I see chat pop the thing, but give me 1 second, whoever it is. Let me... What is pretty funny is that... Okay, well, be right back. I read that other one before. Okay. We'll see you when you get back. Thanks for popping in. Fast at building, are you, Julie? Give me just a second. Need to use that. Of course, of course. Deep freeze, sterile atmosphere. Okay. I know I'm trying to get this I want that statue built before I hands off. Other statues, whatever else we do, all that can be after. Yeah, it's taking a little while for the aqua tuner to actually cool down the entire cooling loop's worth of stuff. Like, let's take a look at our temperatures, right? What do we got going out? We got 18 going out. 27 coming in. That's not bad. 28. As long as it's less than 14 degrees coming back in to what's coming out. You're getting kind of toasty. 24 degrees. Okay, what do we got over here? Something tasty? Ah, it's like they know we're about to be done, so they're letting us go out in style. Classic cummerbund. Who are we going to put in that? Zed's got confetti. Barv's got spiffy overalls. Let's... Classic cummerbund. I feel like Epidemus should get that. I don't know why. Seems like a classy guy. That wild sage hatch has been in there for freaking ever. It might be time to start adjusting schedules. Well, I'll let them finish working on the tiles for the... Welcome back, Sky Kid. We are doing things. So the main reason I was pushing for a deep freeze, everybody, was we've got a lot of dirt going into the mealwood, and I'm not 100% sure the Drecos are actually going to, like, be sustainable. So we're going to try and last as long as possible. With a deep freeze, even though pickled meal doesn't go off to, like, is not bad about... Pickled meal takes a long time to rot, but it takes even less time to rot if it's completely frozen. So any dirt we put into this stuff, we're going to get our money's worth out. Yeah, I want them to finish the work on the barracks before I change schedules. I don't want anybody rushing to go to sleep as they're like, the room is broken. They seem to be on top of it, so... That needs to be sculpted as a masterwork before we get the Great Hall bonus. I always do that. I'll start with a plant, but as soon as the plant starts dying, if we can get somebody into artwork, I'll get somebody to do a masterwork. We need to start skill scrubbing people. I think Julie... Do I care about all this digging? I don't think I care about all this digging. Never mind, guys. Never mind. Let's make sure we get that going. This won't be able to see that. Do I just build another one? I just feel like it's easier to just build another one. Yeah. Okay, schedules. Let's do schedules. 8 people. 8 times 3 is 24. So we're actually gonna... This is gonna be reasonably easy, actually. You are gonna sleep. We're basically gonna have them sleep and downtime all in completely staggered blocks. This is gonna take a minute for them to, like, sort themselves out, but nobody will be on downtime or sleep at the same time. That way we've got a pretty consistent flow of people running and cooking and doing whatever else needs to get done. Right? Had I thought about this earlier in the playthrough, these would have been the schedules I would have assigned out right off the bat. But I didn't really think about the math of it all until I just took my last restroom break. I was like, wait a second, there's 8 people, and we can fit 8 schedules that are completely staggered. So now, some people are going to run off to bed. We got to keep an eye on Epidemus, because they were in work, and now they're right at the end. Let's actually give them an extra tile for now. We're going to manage that. They should be fine, because they were in the middle of a workday anyway. So let's just make sure Epidemus... I'm going to let them be on this schedule until it passes, and then we're going to start reverting it back to what I just had. This is the whole thing about about this challenge is like these last 20 cycles, it is literally all just minor logistics things. So I wanted to make sure Epidemus had time to go to the bathroom. So it's all going to be about scheduling, priorities, making sure everything is stable, making sure that we've got enough going on as far as power for everybody to exist. Problem is right now is that we're burning a lot of power cooling things down because we've got to cool down a very large loop. Like there was a full tank basically. There's 5 tons of liquid in that loop, and all of it has to get chilled to the proper temperature while we're using it to drag temperature out of this guy over here too. 21, 23, 25, 26, 25, 27. This is not here to cool this down. It just needs to get under steam level. 24 coming in at... Picking up a couple of degrees is not going to fuck it up horribly, but I'd also like to get some cooling going over here, in theory. Epidemus should wake up. Okay, their schedule is sorted. Now, first and foremost, let's get Julie's brain scrubbed. We did pick up a little extra coal. You know what? We see pockets of useful resources. Let's dig those. The sandstone, not so much. Yeah, so the temperature in here is coming down. It's at 27.2. So this thing will kick on over 25. So as this cools down a bit, how much is it coming in? 26. As long as it's coming in under 27, sometimes. Yeah, and that's why you want that buffer there. You see how it's going between 25 and 27 on this pipe? Because it doesn't pick up an exact amount. But then it gets smeared in here down to 27.1, and it goes across our steam turbine, which will create a little bit of awkwardness. Ideally, it should be after the steam turbine. But you'll notice all of them are like 28.6, 28.7, 28.8. They're all basically the same temperature coming in there. Was that a skill? Please tell me it was Epidemus? No. Lyra. Mechatronics engineering. Excellent. Zed will get their exosuit training. Zen is sorted. Killer. We might build a handful more things, so I think Killer's going to be the last one to get scrubbed. We're scrubbing Julie because we're done digging anything hard. Epidemus, I would like them to be the one that gets into Masterworks. They need a little over a level, though, and I don't know if that's possible in 10 cycles. 20 cycles, I guess. Barb is in Mechatronics. Barb can get scrubbed and put into suit wearing in theory. But they don't have enough points to go there yet. Ada, improved construction. So, what are we building? What are we building? Are we building anything else? That's 95 tiles. That's right, because I was going to paste those settings, deconstruct you, and deconstruct you. Alright, so who is next on the brain scrub? I think it might be our builders. I'm not really seeing anything crazy, and all of our builders should be like high enough builders that even without improved construction they could do a lot. Barb is our only mechatronics builder at the moment, so how much are you outputting? 50 current wattage, 485. So we're handling almost half of the Aquatuner's power with the steam turbine. Love you all. Gotta run. Have good streams. Thank you, Suds. You have a good one. Love you too. Take care of yourself. Clean brain now. Yes, we're cleaning it, Julie. Don't worry. You were our main digger for this playthrough, but you're going into retirement now, so you are just gonna run on a mouse wheel, eat, sleep, poop, and maybe clean a little bit if time allows. Alright. Julie is scrubbed. Now... okay. Real quick, Julie. You're gonna take a side in artwork just for a moment. We're going to have Julie make that masterwork, and then we're going to re-scrub her and put her into mechatronics. Everybody into mechatronics. Everybody has improved. Everybody improved tinkering, improved carry. Alright, have a good night, Sky Kid. You take care of yourself, sleep well. I will have my fingers crossed for you, and if there's anything we can do, just let us know. We'll be happy to help. The other thing we got to do is sort our priorities before this whole thing is over. Let me make sure, is the temperature going down on 26.1? Excellent. Our Aquatuner should stabilize shortly. See, this thing doesn't erupt the whole time, and then it has dormancy periods. So this little loop here, 19 to... yeah, it's not always going to get stressed. I think this will do the trick. It will mean that... I mean, realistically, this thing might overpressure before it even matters. And if we're using it so slow that it's overpressuring, I'm totally okay with that. But we don't have it actually pumping at the moment, so... we have our cooling loop in place. That's the other thing about the cooling loop. We have to cool the oxygen, so... that's gotta sort itself out, too. Okay, yeah, we've been cooling that area, so that's solid. Alright, Julie is carving the... I swear I heard a noise. I could have sworn I heard the bad beep, like the I'm suffocating beep. Maybe we should have it prioritized top-wise. I don't know. Thermoregulator has cooled stuff down, so it's not running flat out anymore. This thing is down to 24.8 degrees, so should be cooled down. Like, it's picking up a little extra heat from the steam turbine, so once that chills down just a little bit... What do we got passing through here? 26.2, 22... Okay, so we're not picking up a ton of heat from the steam turbine, but that's good, not bad. Heat overlay. Looking pretty nice, I gotta say. Okay, so this should be a great haul again. Excellent. So let's scrub Julie one more time. Because theoretically Epidemus is going to be our artist going into the end here. We are going to queue up a whole bunch of stuff right before the end. Maybe not. I was thinking about queuing up a whole bunch of drywall and some statues. Maybe, yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot of space for statues, but there's a few spots we can slap them down. Oh. Something else I wanted to do real quick. So that's gradually going up. That's good. That's what we needed. All right, Julie, thank you for coming. Thank you for lurking. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We've got 20 cycles left. We've got 2 hours in the stream. We may very well finish out the build today. We're tying the knots, making the bows, all that stuff. It looks like most of our bomb lily over here is growing. None of our bomb lily over here is growing, so let's go with the... Where is granite? As far as stone goes, granite is your best bet when it comes to temp shift plates. When in doubt, spam temp shift plates. That's what our builders can work on. I mean, we've dug out a little bit of extra coal, and we've been running the coal generators as needed. Oh, that is the other thing. We don't have an auto... I'm not going to set automation up for the coal. Have this on 40. I'm going to put that down to 30. Oh, sends a red when it gets to 90. Okay, we got to get to 90, which is not happening very quickly because the aqua tuner's pushing. Okay. I have no idea if this base is sustainable, guys. I gotta be honest, but this is the base we're going into the hands-off with. There's not really much else we can do, quite frankly. We've put the systems into place. What we could do is put that there to send those into that. So we do have the algae burning. It doesn't always off-gas, but it off-gases enough. There's a little polluted oxygen in the base, but it is what it is. There is too much CO2 here. Atmosphere and body pressure. Motherfucker. Second here. Hang on a second here. We got to think about the CO2 that's going to get in there. It's not going to be very much, but here's what I'm thinking. We make those two tiles and those two tiles like that, and the CO2 will fall down into there. Then we put that like that. Because it's only going to be a few little specks of CO2 that they breathe out. I mean, it's not an infinitely sustainable system, I don't think, but we're at a point where I'm like, there are other options, but they're not good. What is good is this place is almost up to temp. Where's the glossy Dreco? Did it die? Well, served its purpose. It died somewhere. It did not lay an egg. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to run 2 Dreco farms, because at this point they're for food. We're going to set this one and this one at a 5, the other one at a 6. That way they fill this one up first because it's the only one with sustainable food at the moment. We'll let this one heat up gradually, and with any luck, it'll fill up eventually. Where did that Dreco get out? There is the possibility the Dreco got out. Hang on a second. That's a shine bug. That's that. It doesn't look like... Alright, so he died, which is a problem. Which is a problem. Not something I really want to deal with, but it is what it is. I kind of was worried about that. The bomb lily is coming online over here, so our heater solution is working. It's just costing us a lot of power. This is down to 24.3 degrees, and it's coming in here at 26. So it picks up a couple of degrees going past the steam turbine. 25.9. It's coming out at 12 degrees. Coming back in at 22. So it's gradually going to pull the temperature down in here because it's at 24.1. So that's... Okay, loop is doing what the loop is supposed to do. It just needs time. Looks like the oxygen generator is doing what the oxygen generator is supposed to do. Plus the oxygen is pretty cool. Down here we've got 20 turning to 21.2. Okay. That seems to be working. Julie got skill scrubbed again, right? Julie is not going to be digging. Does anybody know if mechatronics engineering affects the hamster wheels? It's got to, right? Because it's I'm going to look it up. Oxygen not included. Does mechatronics help manual generators? Manual generator power production scale with the athletics or machinery skill. They put out a flat 400 watts, so no, it doesn't scale, but interestingly enough, it does benefit from the lit workplace buff. You can tell because the dupes athletics will level up quicker. Should have had the lit workspace thing going. So it doesn't scale with mechatronics engineering. So we don't need to go into mechatronics engineering with anybody past this point. So, Julie is going to be our first retiree. You're going to get athletics so you can run faster to your locations, and we'll give you improved carry 2. Because you don't need to have anything else going on. You're just going to run and maybe haul. That leaves you with an extra skill point that we don't actually need. We could, you know what? We'll put it into farming because it's free. And we'll have Julie do an aside in farming. Barb. You did not get the nature hull. Please tell me. I didn't screw up the nature reserve, but we're not building any more mechatronics engineering. So Barb is next on the brainwash train. And let's get Julie's priorities sorted. So you're going to go to no decorating. You're going to... I think Julie farms and then operates, right? Okay. Julie farms and operates. I mean, we've got... You know what? That means we can take Zed and Epidumis out of farming. You would be into decorating. You go there. Okay. Zed was on tidying. We don't need tidying ticked up that high. Actually, we don't need tidying ticked up at all. We'll leave Zed doing life support. He's been doing a good job. So he'll ranch, he'll life support, and then if not, he'll operate. Okay, Killer is still going to be upticked in building. Killer's got good strength though, so they're probably going to operate and then haul once we scrub them. Zen is our cook. Cook then operate. Perfect. Ada, building then operating. Ada is going to be after Barb on the brain cook. Lyra, what is Lyra doing? Tidying. We don't need you tidying like that much, right? We needed it a little bit, but mostly we need Lyra operating. We're going to leave Killer alone to build, essentially. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. It's not about being done with the base by 100 cycles. It's about being done with the base by 75 cycles. Because once you're done building the base, putting the infrastructure in place, doing everything that you need to do to make a sustainable base, you then have to skill scrub your dupes, plug up the exits, make sure that everything is automated, make sure your pipe priorities are right, make sure all the pipes are connected, etc., etc., etc. And so if that stuff's not in place, you're not actually ready to go. Speaking of stuff being in place, it's time to set that into motion. So what we got going on here is priority. We're gonna have this outputting clean water as much as it can for as long as it can, right? And it's going to output clean water first. I actually think I might do something cheeky here. I think I'm going to do that so that there's more space for it to be what it needs to be. And so it'll prioritize the clean water coming out of the water sieve. Then, if that water's not coming out, it's going to prioritize the water from the tank. If this runs out, then it's going to prioritize the water from down. Then this water from down here will do it. This water is going to be fueling our oxygen generator indefinitely. We did the math, and the average output of this is less than the average input of this. And this should be plenty of oxygen to run our colony. Dirt. We've got 147 tons of dirt. So mealwood should run just fine. Our biggest possibility of fail point is probably the cooling loop, which is why I'm keeping such a close eye on it for this last little while here. Oh, I didn't give Julie her hat. Julie needs a hat. We're going to give everybody goggles at the end, I think. Killer rating with a party of 1. Thank you, Killer. Shout out to Mr. Killer Jam 25. I know we've already shouted you out a couple of times today, but we always shout out when we get raids. We're winding down over here, Killer. We're skill scrubbing people. We're stress testing core systems just in case there's some last minute things. Our glossy Dreco got us just enough plastic, 2 shearings worth before they died of starvation. So we set this ranch up to be a secondary Dreco ranch. Everything is prioritized to go over here first, but then once this is full, they'll start putting them over here. The bomb lily seems to be getting to the right temperature gradually over here. I'm going to interject some granite temperature shift plates in here. To go along with the diamond. That'll be our last... You may like Stranded Alien Dawn game. I think I tried Stranded Alien Dawn and I didn't quite get into it, but I'd be willing to take another look. I know Vid was really into that game. Alright, so what we're gonna do is... So, the way this works is the water comes out of here, runs to this bridge. The bridge prioritizes going to the toilets. If there's nowhere to go into the toilets, it sends the water down through our first carbon skimmer to our other carbon skimmer, which then sends the polluted water back up to be filtered. If the lines for the toilet and the lines for the carbon skimmer are fully backed up, then all of these will just stop in the pipes, right? And same thing over here. And if it backs up all the way to this output like it did, we'll overflow pea water into this infinite storage area over here. We've already got 390 kilos in that tile, which is not much, but we can store an infinite amount in there because of the way we set it up. So, in theory, our toilets should never want for water. And I can't imagine, I didn't do the math, but I can't imagine that 8 dupes using 3 toilets and sinks are going to use more water than we've got. It says I don't have it. Oh! That's odd. Maybe I didn't try it then. Let's put that on the list of games. I feel like I tried something. There's so many Alien title games. Stranded, Alien, Dawn. That actually brings me to a good point. I was talking about it earlier about how since Rimworld's DLC releases next Thursday, we've got a handful of days. Like, we're going to focus on this channel, this challenge here. We might hit the 100 cycles today. And the other, and since we're doing Rimworld next week on Thursday, that leaves us with some time to do you want me to send you a DM of the game? I just wrote it down. So, normally I would say yes, but I wrote it down this time. So, I've got that and 2 or 3 other games on the list that I got to look at. So, what I was trying to get at is, like, the number of games we have to play and everything, right? So, there's, like, 4 or 5 days between the end of this challenge and the start of the Rimworld DLC, which is not enough time to really do much of anything, right? Let's let Barb build that before I actually put her points into place. So there's not much time to do much of anything in 4 or 5 days as far as playthroughs, challenge playthroughs, full playthroughs of games. I'd love to start Hollow Knight, but I think once Rimworld starts, we're going to be so focused on that we're going to, like, we would have enough time to get a decent way into Hollow Knight, and then we would switch to Rimworld, and when I came back to Hollow Knight, I wouldn't know what I was doing. So we're not going to start Hollow Knight. That means that Satisfactory and Nightingale are definitely on the table for the end of this week and beginning of next week. Yeah, that's what I heard, Killer. That's what Vid said. I'm going to have to check it out. So, we might do... So, Satis and Nightingale are probably going to be top of the list as far as what we're playing end of this week, beginning of next week. And we will continue on Saturdays to play Myst. Now, I considered the idea, and if you guys want me to, Myst could become, like, a full-on game. Like, in this time, like, we could just focus on playing Myst rather than doing any of the other stuff. But, you know, it's kind of up to you guys. Myst, Satis, and Nightingale are pretty much the 3 active games that we can finish out our time before we get to the new Rimworld DLC. 23.8, looking good, looking good. Okay, so let's get Julia sorted. Let's get Barb sorted. So, Barb was originally our researcher. And we're putting Barb into retirement, so we're going to get you running and carrying. Because you're not doing any of the farming, ranching. You're not doing any farming or ranching or cooking. So we're going to put you into your goggles. And then let's go into priorities for Barb. There's no more research to be done. So you are mostly an operator then, I think. You operate first, then supply, tidy, and like basically operate and then clean. And then if, I mean, we'll leave building... We can leave building up-ticked for now. No. We just want her running. Killer's going to build the last little pieces. If we have to readjust people, we have to readjust people. I mean, Killer's going to wind up on the same deal. I know I just changed some of that, but... there's no more digging in our colony. Okay, nobody's digging anymore. That's off the list. Julie is fully set up for retirement. Barb is fully set up for retirement. Killer is still on call. Killer's going to be the last one we scrub. Zen. Where is Zen at in skills? Zen needs to be cooked and reallocated. We don't need them into mechatronics engineering. We've got enough food cooked and frozen. Oh, shit. I scrubbed Barb and I wanted her... You know what? It's fine. We won't automate that. They can put stuff in there. I was like, oh, we need mechatronic stuff built. No, we don't really. Temperature. We should put some cooling over here. The problem is there's a lot of heat over here, so I don't want to yank too much of this heat. But we should put a little bit in over here just for the sake of it. So what I think I'm gonna do is let's kind of like dot build radiant like this. Right? And then we should be able to run through them without changing them. Oh no, does it change them? No, perfect. So we're gonna have them build that. $66,651 calories. It's too bad we didn't get a little bit more plastic out of that. I'd love to make these plastic ladders. I should also put in fire poles, but I kind of put things in weird positions for that. It's not really gonna do much of anything. Our cook is getting cooked. I'm really hoping Epidemus can get a little over a level before we hit the next, before we hit the 100 cycles. It might be possible. I'm not 100% sure, but there's plenty of work to do in that if they're not ranching or farming actively, they can be running. So they shouldn't not be working. They should always have something to do. So Ada and Killer should be able to build the last of our bits here. Did queue up a decent amount. I might could have left Barb on building, but I think 2 builders is plenty for these projects. And with them running like that, Aquatuner is stabilized. It's not on all the time now. That's excellent. You know, when you have confidence, don't try Tectonica game. The game is like Satis, but underground. It sucks on many levels. But other than that, Laz and I will be going to the store for a few things. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I saw Tectonica, and I kind of thought it's like it looks like Satis, but more like underdeveloped. I feel like Satis looks like it's a lot more polished, which I think would be the truth based on what you're saying right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, oh, Zen is out of the scrubber. We need to get them back into grilling. All right, Zen, grilling, and then athletics and carry. That's your whole deal. You will have a cook hat. Lyra is next up for brainwashing. Is Lyra still set to be a builder? So as far as builders, we got Killer and Ada. No, Lyra has always been an operator. So let's cook Lyra and get her situated. They love their little hats, don't they? Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about this challenge. If anybody is, you know, interested in the early access, I would prefer to tell people that play that over Tectonic. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. Because, you know, I like games like that, so it's entirely possible I would have tried it just to try it. But thank you for the feedback. Now I'll put it on the do not fuck with list. Not that there's actually a list, but okay, we're up to 3 eggs over there. I think since we're running 2 ranches like this, we're going to have to copy settings. Because it's going to take a while for these ranches to come fully online. Especially because of the problem with the bomb lily. I guess we'll take the steel. It doesn't really matter. I mean, Killer might actually stay prioritized up in building and operating second, and we'll just work off of that, just because I might, like, queuing up the statues. I'd like the statues to actually get built, you know what I mean? I mean, they don't have to be. Squeeze every last little bit out of everything before we call it. 19 more cycles to go. Be on Discord later. Probably. I will probably be on Discord, and most likely I'll be playing Satis. Or... It's like I was talking about earlier. I think we might go to the 100 cycles today. I mean, I'm not going to need to pause to do any crazy planning. You know, it's just basically like little bits, scrubbing people, getting this organized. So I think we can do the last 18 cycles before 6 o'clock, which is in about an hour and a half. And I think I will time-lapse this on and make a video for the hands-off portion of it. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Maybe not. But I think it would be a good way to end it out. We do the what is it? This will be the 5th stream. The only reason why I asked is so I can show you Stranded Alien Dawn. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I get long-winded when people ask questions. I can never answer yes or no. It drives Barb nuts. So. God, what was I talking about? Yes, I will be in Discord. I will either be running this for the hands-off part and recording it, or I'll be playing Satis or Nightingale. I'm not sure which. So here's what happens to me, and why it takes me a little while to get on Discord after stream. Usually I eat pretty light before stream. Like I have my cup of coffee and then maybe like a pastry or something like that, or small breakfast. So, you know, if I wake up early, sometimes I'll do the full breakfast burrito thing, all that. But for the most part, I'm pretty hungry when I get off stream, and then I eat. And not that I eat huge, but I eat a good-sized dinner when I get off of stream most nights, right? And then I get tired. Like, I don't think I'm tired at all. Like, all through stream, I'll be like, oh, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to hunt, like, 1,000 fey creatures. I'm gonna build a factory. I'm gonna do all this stuff, and then I eat dinner, and then that's that. Game over. So, Tachyon, I'm not gonna have this today, sir. I'm not gonna have this today. Okay? No. We can't keep repeating. You come to the desk, I put you on my lap, you jump to the floor. You go up to the speaker, you walk on the desk, I put you in my lap, you jump. Let's not do this loop, okay, bud? Stay right there. And then after stream, we'll snuggle. Or you can go run around the house and harass the roommates, whatever the case may be. But can you just chill the fuck out? You know what I would like to do? I would like to murder that shine bug. And he's coming back down to the desk. Is it kitty time? I gotta get the proper lean for kitty. You know I'm trying to make sure this base is stable, right? And I don't want to pause it. Oh. Tummy, Bubba. Tummy's gonna be sore for a very long time. Let's not jump on the tummy. Lobster camera kitty. Yes, she is a lobster camera kitty. Alright, we got crushing going on. We got nicely filled batteries. We've got the coal sitting there for backup. I can't believe we got a deep freeze up. I can't believe it only took me 2 or 3 cycles and I was over here like, I don't know if we have time for a deep freeze. Duh. We should probably have somebody on hauling. Well, not actually. Like, the operating is the crusher and the wheels. And they're both important for core systems. Hauling should get done pretty reasonably. Oh, Lyra is scrubbed. So, Lyra. Your end game build. Let's get you your goggles. The goggles of retirement, ladies and gentlemen. What's Zed looking like? Zed does not need to be scrubbed. Zed might just get exosuit training before we call this. Just stopping in to say hi, everyone. Hi, Laz. See you in about 30. Yeah, of course. You guys have fun out doing the things. Okay, so we've scrubbed Zen, Zed, Lyra, Julie, Barb. Last one on the... Well, not even last one on the list. Ada over here could stand to get cooked. Let's do Lyra's priorities. We're building a little bit. Lyra is set to operate, then haul and tidy. They're never gonna dig. Let's downtick ranching and farming for you. You know what? We'll leave that flat. Anything you can do after you run, crush, and haul, you can do whatever the hell you want. Okay, so Lyra is sorted. Damn it, Epidemus. You're supposed to be the artist of the colony. So Ada is next up to get cooked. But Ada's... We'll wait until those last bits of pipe segment get... Stop that. Ada is helping Killer build, so we'll let Ada do some stuff. I mean, we are literally just on, like, stress test. Yeah, let's go to the 100 cycles to... Don't you bite me, I will eat your face. I will eat you right back, sir. Kitty snack. I love lobster for dinner. We call him a lobster. We look at him and we're like, aren't you a handsome lobster? And he looks all confused. And he's like, you're right, you're right. You're a beautiful rhino. Hey, rhinos don't bite like that. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't like it. I don't like the biting. So, should we put the wheels up to a higher priority than the crusher? That becomes the question. Because I just saw someone crushing and the coal generators are on, and that's a problem. If we run out of power, that's a problem. Although Ada and Killer are going to be running real soon. Yeah, you know what? I think we let Killer do all the work. Let's cook Ada. Ada, you're getting your retirement goggles after a quick brainwash here. There are 3 people that are not going to prioritize running on wheels or crushing stuff. And that's going to be the two, the cook and the 2 ranchers. The ranchers also do farming, and one of our operators has a side in farming as well. So that all seems to get done. What I might do... No, you're picking up the meal ice, right? So we've got overpressured oxygen vents, which is perfect. A little bit escapes. Line is nicely pumped. Got the algae cooking at the same time. How's our temperature looking? The crops are looking great. We're dragging a little temperature through the bedrooms. It's getting a little warm on this side of the map, but... That aqua tuner's putting in work. Degrees. Is this thing erupting right now? Degrees coming in. 23 over here, so it's picking up. It's picking up a substantial amount of temperature right here, right? So we're at 22 degrees. Then we go past this toasty part up to here, and we're at 24. Then it goes through the thermoregulator, we're up to 28. I don't know that we're going to be able to hook this loop up. We might have to rely on ambient temperature, or we might just have to, like, put a little bit here. This is why we got to watch for a handful of cycles. You could watch a base like this. I'm going to, like, straight up, you could have this base set up like this, and I could watch and tweak systems for the next 200-300 cycles. So, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, right? Okay, Ada's cooked. Alright, Ada. We're going to down tick you to building there. And then I want you hauling and supplying and all of that after that. I mean, no, there's nothing in here for anybody to cook with. So, honestly, yeah, there's no musher. So, anybody who doesn't have grilling can't cook anyway. Okay, so back down to Ada. And nobody's going to be attacking. There's just this part of me that wants to X out everything that doesn't need to be done. Like, I want to get really, really specific with these priorities, because these need to last forever, in theory. Ranching, life support, and then operating for Zed. I'm good with that. Life support's set higher than all of the ranching priorities. Ada is going to operate first. We have her ticked up in building because we're going to queue up some statues and some drywall. So if she doesn't have any operating to do, she can go and build statues and drywall. Below that is the dashes, which is supplying, storing, and tidying. So if she's done running and there's nothing left to build, she can get into all of that. Down tick on all the other stuff. I apologize for the loud vehicles. One day I'll be able to afford to rent the other room in the house again and have a proper office. But until then, if you want to support the Nethercloud Needs an Office Away from the Loud Goddamn Cars campaign, please donate. I'm just playing around. Monetary support's always appreciated but never required. Okay, Ada's priorities are in line. Killer's going to continue building. Let's go over to Ada's skills. You are same thing. Everybody's going to have the same endgame build. There's no reason to have them into anything else. I mean, improved construction is free, right? All right, we'll give you improved construction for free. If you level up again, we'll give you improved tinkering for free. Actually, could have put her as a second cook. Should we re-scrub her and have her do a secondary in cooking? That's insane. That's insane. No. Let's get you your retirement goggles. Epidemus. Can you please get one more level? You'll be the slowest moving person in here, but I think Epidemus was the last dupe we brought on, so. Oh, did we not give Ada a hat? No, we gave Ada a hat. Ada got her retirement goggles. So cook your brain, put on your hat, and let's call it good. Barbecue, pickled meal, muckroot, gristleberry. Okay. We do not need this light anymore. Those doors are necessary for the nature reserve, which we made it to 82 cycles without breaking the nature reserve. I run a pipe through those things so many times. I mean, granted, we have a pipsqueak now, so if shit got out of whack, we could theoretically, you know, but it is what it is. I think this might actually be where I start queuing up sweeping. Because there really isn't anything else to do other than run. So if anybody is not running, you can be sweeping. Now, what is with this one piece of... I bet you we're out of sandstone. 19.9 tons, no? Let's get that done, killer. You can build other stuff later. If they could just stay alive long enough to sweep the whole map, I'll take that as a victory. I want to check something real quick. Okay. Now, killer is yeah, building temp shift plates. Perfect. I mean, we're almost hands off at this point anyway. We're queuing up the work that needs to get queued up. Hey, buddy, please stop shaking the camera. Come here. See, I gotta pick him up before he gets too on the desk, because he will sit down right on my keyboard or mouse, and he will make a mess. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna go to the store later, okay? Do you want anything? You want some pretzels? I don't feed the cat pretzels. Don't worry. I guess let's check our rail systems. The only rail systems we have in place are for our kitchen and for our Drecos, which I usually like to do a lot more automation, but it is what it is. Tachyon, sir, please. Hey, that is the rent money. Stop it. You chonky little bastard. He doesn't want to hang out. You don't want to hang out. That's fine. That's fine. Kind of waiting for Killer to be done with the temp shift plates. I'm really concerned that Epidemus is not going to get to Masterworks in time, but fingers crossed. If we have to, I guess we could skill scrub somebody else. Speaking of skill scrubbing, Epidemus is in the right situation. We already did Zen and Zed. Zed gets exosuits training. A little bit of a runner on there. Alright, excellent. Legit, the only thing we need is Epidemus to get one more skill point. Need is a strong word, and then we need to scrub Killer. Actually, Yeah, we could scrub killer. We could even leave them in construction because they've been around a long time. There's enough points here that we might be able to leave them, like... I want to take them out of demolition at least. We'll leave them as our builder in theory. I don't know. Now temperature-wise on our cooling loop, 24.8 degrees. All right. We're going to bring this into the fold. Now water is coming in here at 27 degrees. You see, that is why we have the tank. You can see the difference, 25 to 27 degrees coming in here. And that's the thing. You can do the math on this, right? You can do the math and figure out exactly how much of whatever needs to be what it is. Coming in at 30, so that picks up another 5 degrees. So we come out at 12, coming back in at 27. That's more than we can handle. Although we are back sucking a lot of heat out of here. We'll let it run and see what we can do. If those coal generators don't turn on too much, and we can get this a little bit chiller down here overall, I think we might be able to run this system. If it comes down to it, we'll make a few judicious snips, as Francis would say. Hey, buddy, this is getting tiring. This is getting tiring. Very tiring, sir. Come on. Yeah, we've got a good amount of hydrogen stored up. Oxygen's up to 11 kilos. See, like, we've got 4 people running and 1 person crushing. 4, 8. So 3 of those people are keeping the aqua tuner running. The 4th one is keeping enough power going for the rest of the base. We don't actually have a sweep location for the polluted water. And that's what's releasing polluted oxygen into our base. If we're around long enough for those things to casually off-gas, and then all of the polluted oxygen in the air to be done, I would be stoked about that. Yeah, so actually 3 people and the steam turbine should be plenty to run the aqua tuner. You bought Raft? Nice. Yeah, I enjoyed Francis's playthrough of that. It was a good playthrough. I've considered buying it myself a couple of times, but I don't know. After watching Francis play through it, I'm not sure I need to play through it, because he did the whole story. And Raft has, as much of a survival builder as it is, it's really a story game. Like, you want to go through and check the story, you know, check the story out. It's a really solid story. I mean, for what it is, it's definitely layered thick with cheese, but it'll do the trick. Why are you supplying the operating before running? I don't understand. Alright, let's keep an eye on our temperatures. 25.5 degrees inside. Yeah, that crusher is putting off a lot of the heat. I may very well have to not. That was my plan, but that crusher is the thing putting out most of the heat up there. Those coal generators, they're going to go bye-bye. Like, we don't have enough coal for them to work forever. We've got 4.5 tons of coal. The plan was basically to eventually just either burn out the coal or stop needing them, so they're not going to be producing heat. The batteries seem to be getting chilled off reasonably quickly compared to, like, how much heat they're putting out. I think I'd like to put radiant pipes there for those transformers. See, this is the problem right here. We've got one person running the steam turbine going and then one person crushing. I kind of think that the crusher needs to be set to a lower priority. So everybody runs. I mean, 3 people on the wheels now. It is true, Killer is still building stuff, and he's going to be in the rotation for the hamster situation, so we'll let him build those pipes. 2, 4, 6. We've got 8 wheels, so if it really does come down to it, everybody can be running. If power goes out, they can't eat food because of the way we have our stuff set up. Our setup is basically reliant on there being power, so... you know what? Oh, because it's set to an 8. Let's just set it even. Let's set it even and see how well that works out. They might prioritize the power over the crusher. Set on a 9. Looks like Killer built those radiant pipes. Yeah, with them set even, it's not even a thing. Less crushing going on, which is fine. We don't need to crush everything. Crush, kill, destroy, right? Killer's delivering dirt. I think it's time to cook Killer. Let's go, buddy. Your turn in the old brain scrubber. I'm legitimately nervous because we're really banking our food on the barbecue, and that really, like, this whole ranch up here has not spun up just yet. We're at 5 of 7 creatures with 3 eggs. So we need this ranch and this ranch. We need at least one of them full, 7 creatures full time, with all of these full down here. Like, we really need some stuff in order for us to switch over to barbecue, which is why I wanted to get that deep freeze up, right? Like, yeah, we've got 145 tons of dirt. It's going to be a long time before they run out of mealwood. But that being said, if that mealwood all spoils, then we're just grinding through it. It's going to last a lot longer if we can deep freeze. We're up to 73,000 calories right now. And I believe we have them set to eat everything except raw foods. They can eat muckroot, they can eat gristleberry, they can eat a lot of different things. The temperature in here is at 25.5, the water level. I think we got to just kind of watch that. That and the temperature overlay. Because it's starting to chill down a little bit, but not a ton. And as long as we have 3 people running at all times, we should be fine on temperature. Or on the aqua tuner. Like, we got 4 people on the wheel, plus the output from the steam turbine, so that's more than enough to handle the aqua tuner. The rest of the base is not sucking a lot of power. Like, if we look at this wire here, almost 1,000 for everything in here. And the skill scrubber is on, which is eating a little... 480 watts of power, so... About half of what's running through the line is us skill scrubbing Killer at the moment. So much of this stuff is just straight up unnecessary offline stuff. We're leaving a lot of it just for the sake of leaving it. Skill-wise, Killer's going to get scrubbed out. Epidemus is not going to get to Masterworks. If Epidemus can't get to Masterworks by cycle 100, I'm probably going to... I don't know. You know what? Let's not make granite into sand. Okay, Killer is scrubbed. Killer. Yeah. That will do for Killer. Killer, you can get your retirement goggles. And priorities-wise, we're not going to change Killer's priorities. They're going to be the main builder. But we're going to uptick operating as their secondary. And then if there's anything else to do... Yeah, so building first, operating second, then supplying, tidying, toggling, life support. They're most likely not going to be doing building. I just want that on in case I need some things. You know, we're gonna lay down statues basically, and so if Killer will need to build those statues. Hey, buddy, can we not? Can we not? Let's do the lap, okay? Now, this does mean that hauling is realistically almost never going to get done. I feel like every once in a while someone's going to haul something, but for the most part everybody is going to be running on the wheels. I mean, I'm assuming they'll get to a point where they can haul, because at one point there'll be enough people running on the wheels that these all top out, right? And as soon as these top out, everybody's going to stop. Like, it's going up. Even with the Aqua Tuner running right now, it's going up, because we've got, like, the whole goddamn base running. Killer's going to get a snack and go to bed, but Killer's the only one on the rotation right now. We've got someone in bed right now. And as soon as Killer goes to bed, Julie's going to wake up. Julie's going to be like, do we have to do any running today? And it's going to hop on the wheel and run. Then when she does, someone else is going to hop off the wheel, go get a meal. And so it rotates out. One person's eating and using the restroom. One person is sleeping. The other 6 people are running, crushing, or hauling. That will change if I make a few adjustments to what I want to do here, which going to queue up some work. Going through the nature reserve. Excellent. Alright, we got 16 cycles. No reason we can't get through it. Let me do this real quick, though, guys. I'm going to take another real quick restroom break. I'm going to put up Bobby's links if you like the music. If you're watching the VOD, it's down in the description. I'm going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll stay here till we hit 100. And then I'll record a video of the hands-off part, post it on YouTube. So if you guys have been here for the whole challenge and want to see the hands-off part of the whole thing, I'll post a link to the video as soon as it's up. And I won't delay it and schedule it out as soon as everybody dies. I mean, part of me wants to do it on stream, but I think it would make more sense as a video, so that way we can focus on streaming something else. Anyway, I digress often and shamelessly. I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, everybody, I'm back. I grabbed a quick snack because I figured we'd be going a little late today. I am noticing one thing, other than that. It's that Zen is deconstructing a hydroponics farm. So let's go look at priorities over here. Zen. Yeah, so... I think everyone except Killer needs building down-ticked. We were going to keep Ada building a little... You know what? Yeah, all of the people that are not, like, builders, they need to do other stuff first. I'd rather Zen be hauling right now. That does tell me that my scheduling concept is correct. Like, Zen doesn't want to run because the batteries are at full. Yeah, now Zen is doing our hauling. We gave Killer their hat, set them up to do their thing. Right? And then Epidemus might hit that level. That's why I haven't built anything yet. Let's see what we get on the printables. Hatchling eggs. Copper ore. You know what? We'll take the copper ore. I would take the hatchling eggs, but... why? I mean, we could set up, theoretically... we probably should have taken the hatchling eggs, temporarily set up an egg cracker and cracked eggs, right? But we did not. The reason I haven't prioritized building statues yet is that we have Epidemus leveled up, and if they're not at masterwork when they start carving, they're not going to go back and recarve the statues as masterwork. So this is what we're doing. Slow and steady. So, we're basically at endgame right now, guys. This is... we're practically at the hands-off part of the 100-cycle hands-off challenge that Zed invented. Pickled meal, you're eating it. Okay. And then you're grabbing more food out of there, more pickled meal, and you're eating it. Wonderful. That thing is refilling it. And we've got people running and crushing. Running and crushing. Basically, we're watching our temperatures to make sure that the systems we put in place actually work. This place is more or less up to temp. It's getting there slowly but surely. Chlorine is not the best conductor of temperature, but it does look like all of the bomb lily over here is growing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what we could do? No. Screw up the automation. Let's let it be what it is. See, there are moments like this that can... well, no. I was going to say there are moments like this that concern me because nobody's running, but the batteries are topped off. They're full. So this is where work gets done on other stuff, right? Yeah. Ada's hauling. I would like to see at least one more of these get filled up. I'd like to see 7 creatures in here. It is truly tempting to set up a Bristle Blossom setup, but I think I'd rather our water go to the toilets and we rely on the barbecue coming up to speed. right now it's just not. We might only last until the dirt runs out, but that's going to be a long time anyway. If the cooling solution falls apart or we run out of dirt, that's when the actual, like, okay, what's going on here is going to start, right? Because the cooling is basically there to cool the crops. The crops stay a nice temperate temperature. They get a little warmed up because they put warm dirt in, but that's fine. We're crushing stuff so that we always have sand for filtration, so we should be able to mostly recycle our water. Our air is looking good. We did the math, so this is not going to eat more than this puts out. This puts out 1.6. This eats 800. Something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we're not going to have a problem with water. That sorts our air out, and that should there's more than enough overflow from this to help fuel the toilets. The main concern here is, yeah, it's not pulling up. Yeah, basically, this isn't pulling too much temperature out of the air because it's not the best, transfer. It's enough, but it comes in pretty green and goes out mostly green, a little bit yellow. And this is basically just here so that when steam touches it, it immediately turns to water. Right now it's 69 degree water. It'll eventually, long term, heat up more than that, but the area around us, all the way up to the different pieces of abyssalite, they're all gradually exchanging temperature. This is theoretically not even necessary. If this becomes necessary, it means that our barbecue ranching plan has fully taken effect and is working. Because we're not going to survive until this becomes a problem without proper food. I don't know. But yes, we're deep freezing food, so I think we are slightly overproducing. Like this thimbleweed and these mealwood and that mealwood, like there's like just literally a handful of wild things around. We've got some barbecue coming in, not a fuck ton of barbecue, but hey, when they age out or when they evolve, we wind up with a little bit of barbecue, which is wonderful. But so what that means is we've got a calorie plus situation going on. Like we have a surplus of calories coming in, and we could either have not built the deep freeze and did meticulous math to figure out the razor's edge balance of calorie neutral for a colony this size, or we do what we did and build a deep freeze, and then it doesn't matter if we're calorie positive because that shit's on ice and will last forever. So we are going to have very minimal we're going to have very minimal issues with calories until we get to a point where we're out of dirt. And, I don't even know what to say. Like, by the time we run out of dirt, we should have so much stuff frozen that we'll have calories for a while just on ice. And then if we run out of all of the dirt and all of the frozen calories and these 2 Dreco ranches are online, that means I'm going to be watching YouTube videos on the proper way to Dreco ranch, because I don't think I know a goddamn thing if I can't actually like I'm pretty confident in these Dreco ranches. So if this doesn't get us there, nothing's going to get us there, if that makes any sense. Oh, I had this set up for bleach stone, and I think if we drop it on the floor, it'll off-gas a lot faster. I don't want to deconstruct anything. So, guys, I'm making the tiniest changes. We've got 15 cycles left to go to dial in any last little bits. But basically, we're at the hands-off portion of it. There are no major systems that we can build in 15 cycles that are going to mean the difference between us living and dying. The most we might do is turn on or off a few machines. Like, if our cooling solution can't keep up with, I mean, it's at 25, so it's fine. If our cooling solution can't keep up with the crusher running, we'll take the crusher offline. We'll run out of sand a little bit sooner. Boo-hoo, no big deal. We'll just wind up with a lot more pea water in our infinite storage a lot sooner than we expected. And for anybody who's curious what I mean by infinite storage, water will not pressure damage airlocks. So we've got these locked airlocks. This vent doesn't overpressurize until way higher than... We've got 547 grams of oxygen. So it's the same thing with our liquid, our infinite gas storage. Since this will never overpressure and this water will never overtake the oxygen, this thing will never stop outputting and this will get infinitely large. If we were to open one of these doors or deconstruct one of those doors at one point, it would explosively jump out and start causing pressure damage, you know, depending on how large it is and all that. And you know what? That doesn't need to be there. That might save us a little bit on heat. That's probably the only thing keeping the wild ones alive, but... So here's the thing, is like, heat's gonna gradually shift a little bit, you know? Like, I don't think we're gonna have too much of a problem with heat, because this heat, if it gets super hot, it's just gonna start bleeding over this way. Even without cooling going directly in here, I mean, you know what we could do? Hang on. Let's give our cook just a little relief from their woes. They're already sweating it up over there. Now, normally, I like to put an airflow tile that goes all the way down, so, like, all the carbon that's not going into the carbon pit goes down to get scrubbed. There were other ways to deal with the carbon dioxide, right? Like, we have a CO2... Don't talk too fast, Nether. You need to breathe. We have our scrubbers in place, and that's all well and good, but we could have put a pump down there and pumped the CO2 into an infinite storage as well. You know, very much just like, screw it, just stuff our problems away forever. Unlike real life, you have infinite storage, so you can do that. You know, it's not like putting nuclear waste somewhere and being like, oops, we put too much and now it's destroying everything. So our cook is knocking it out of the park. Our cook is cooking all of the stuff as soon as it's ready to be cooked. So there's no ingredients stuffed in the ingredients bit. And our calories are going up. So he's cooking faster than we can eat. So that's what you want in a cook. You want a cook that's faster than the stomachs of the people around him. So perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now, did we kill that thing? Because we can open these doors if there's no shine bug flying around. Okay, there are no shine nymph eggs. I killed the one that was loose in the base, so yeah, we can open the bedroom doors. We're going to leave the doors closed in the mess hall because the pip is in here. We're going to cross our fingers that during the hands-off period it mutates into a cuddle pip. No guarantees, of course. Great Hall is no longer reliant on temperature for a plant. Epidemus is probably going to hit Masterworks somewhere in the 90 mid to late 90 cycles. So we're pulling between 270 and then it jumps to 510, whatever it is, 330. So we are not pulling practically anything on our main line. 330 watts, that's one person running. The steam turbine itself is taking care of more than half of this. That means we need 600 watts, which means 3 people running consistently is going to create a surplus of power. When we get moments like this where there's 4 people running, 5 people running, I mean, that's what I'm talking about right there. We got 5 people running, somebody crushing, somebody eating, and somebody sleeping. This is how the base is supposed to run. And since we've got a major surplus of electricity right now, as soon as those batteries hit 100%, every one of them is going to stop and go, I don't know what to do. Oh, let me go haul some stuff. And a few things will get hauled. The batteries will start to suck down. They'll be like, oh, I got to go run again. And they'll go hop on the wheels and run. But, yeah. Yeah, 31.9, 32. Now, if I queue up a bunch of work for Killer, that'll make problems, but I kind of want to. Alright, we're going to leave this play, because this isn't important work. Blank canvas. Made out of copper ore. You know what? We'll put one there. Because none of this... Nope, we make canvases out of copper. Oh, and fiber. That's what we're missing. But that should come in on its own. Boop. So we are going to do some decorating. Will they get to doing all of this? Who knows? They might be dead before they sort this out. But you know what? I'm willing to queue all of it up while they do other stuff. Oh, we're gonna put 2 statues there. Theoretically, that can go there. There should be no reason for them to go over here except to clean up the mess. But maybe we'll go like that. Where else can we put this stuff? They can reach there, they can reach there. Alright, they should be able to reach all of that. And all of that. I am helping. So that is a lot of what Killer is going to be working on. Next up. I really don't want to work on patterns, so we're just going to use white drywall. I hope it doesn't offend anybody. I mean, I guess we in theory could work on patterns, but I don't want to pause. And when I work on patterns, I tend to pause. So we're going to not pause. And we're going to queue up white wallpaper. Drywall. Because it does not matter when any of this stuff gets done. I heard that noise, and for a split second I was like, ooh, what the hell went wrong? It's like, no, we're just zoomed in. Yes. Now we're going to carefully do it down here. Because I don't want to break the nature reserve. Have fun, Killer. Killer's our main builder, even in retirement. So I don't actually think we can get to these. Oh no, we can from above. You can build down. Okay. There should be no reason for them to go in here other than to haul stuff, so I guess we'll do this, but this is probably not super necessary. Same thing down here. There should be no reason for them to go down there. Let's do the Dreco farms next. Drywall provides that little bit of a decor bonus. It's not huge, but like you can drywall a tile and you can put a piece of artwork up. So that comes in handy. careful over here also not to mess things up. Oh. Let's not build over top of our temp shift plates. Looks about right. Oh, what are we doing this with? Igneous now? I mean, that makes it a little bit distracting. But our liquid reservoir is at 24.3. Our coal is at 3.9 tons, so... Oh, they're crushing material. So let's take... Oof. We took granite off of there, right? Yeah. And let's take sandstone off of there, because sandstone is the next nicest looking thing, so we'll make our statues out of sandstone. And in fact, I'm going to cancel some of these, just in case they crushed a little bit. We'll make these out of... sandstone. Okay, so... what else do we need to do? I don't think anything else. I think pretty much this place is running. I just queued up all the decorative background work. We're at 87 cycles. I'm still going to watch it on a slow setting. Our buffer did us really well. It's at 24.1 degrees. Temperature-wise, oof. Yeah, it does make it difficult to see things, but it'll be grand in the end. Yeah, Killer's never going to stop building. Maybe we should set Killer the opposite way. Rancher's going to eat. Cook is asleep. Barb's jumping on the wheel. Welcome back home. I just queued up a fuck ton of drywall and crown molding because we're basically at the point where we're pretty much hands off already. We're just watching our systems and making sure they work. Double checking our math, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, all that nonsense. Pipe network looks good. Pipe network looks good, and our water in our reservoir is at 24 degrees, which is pretty much right on the money. We have it set to turn on the aqua tuner if it's over 25, so it's pulling the temp down and then bringing stuff back in. What are we going out at? 11 or 12 degrees? It's awesome. That's perfect. Home sweet home. Well, not on this playthrough, but maybe. You know, if I had another 50 to 100 cycles, like if it was like get home sweet home in under 365 cycles, I think I could do that. Because it would basically be this base, but a lot more steel refinement going on. I would have wound up grabbing some oil, setting up not a full-on industrial area, but probably very similar setup. Like 8 dupes, get them working, get them running. I mean, pipe network looks good. Gas pipes. Oh yeah, I could hook that up. Are these sandstone pipes? That's good. think we got a good schedule going here. I mean, oxygen seems to be flowing. We do have the algae machines on to augment it. There's 35.6 tons of algae. I don't need to see Atmos suits. Coal, copper ore, depleted uranium. I don't need to see depleted uranium. Don't need to see eggshells or fossil. Granite is off the menu. Well, actually, I'd like to see what that number ends up at. My biggest concern with all of this is that I might have queued up enough that we go past the mark on and a few tiles will be left unbuilt. I don't know. Guys, am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? I mean, I could go over the list again, but we've got a cook, we've got a deep freeze, we've got a cooling solution, we've got a spam, we've got a water source that's feeding that spam. Our toilets are set to sieve the water until they run out of sand. We're crushing all the stuff that can be crushed into sand. I mean, I think we are literally just sitting here, like, there's some more calories. Too bad that I saw Nisbet there. I don't know if she was good or bad, but it's too bad we didn't get a Nisbet this run. Nisbet's my favorite dupe. From one of my earliest runs, Nisbet's been my favorite dupe. She's that kind of happy insane. Like, she's a complete psychopath. And I like that in a dupe. I think you gotta be a little, out of your mind to do this kind of work, right? So... Alright, I think Killer's going back out there. Is that not reachable? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it is not. Well... I don't think I care. You know what? I'll move that ladder. Right there. And I'll delete the pipe. I'll delete the damn pipe. And I feel like that's kind of it, guys. 12 more cycles to go. I'm tempted to hit that 2 or 3 button just to push through them, but we've been on a 1 this whole time. Might as well keep an eye on it. I'm not going to pause it, though. There's no need to pause it. Alright, it says 36.8 kilos of granite. That means there's no... It believes there's 36 kilos of granite, which means we should have all the granite necessary queued up for the drywall. I don't know what else we could do in 12 cycles. I'm kind of feeling silly now because I'm like, well, with 12 cycles, I don't want to start it right now, but with an additional 12 cycles on this, I probably could have cracked into the minor volcano and made a volcano-based filtration system. The main reason I feel fully justified in not doing that is because that's one of the few things, like the systems that we put in place today, over the last 88 cycles, I know these systems. I've done these systems. That type of kitchen, not exactly the same shape, but all of the same mechanics. I've set that up in every playthrough I've ever done. Well, since I learned how to do it properly. As far as the math on mealwood, confident on the math. I know that we're doing a little bit of extra production. We're overproducing just a little bit, but that's why we have the deep freeze. I mean, the Dreco farms. I've done Dreco farms a lot. 6 of 7 creatures. Glum. Starving. See, this is going to be the problem, is the Dreco's not getting enough food from the bomb lily. I don't know, guys. I don't know at all. I know that gradually Killer Dupe is gonna build all this drywall, and if we get lucky, Epidemus will get to their next point. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Julie is leveled just fine. Barb is leveled just fine. You know what? We'll give you a point in advanced research because it's essentially free, and you could say that you're smarter than the rest of the colony. I mean, Barb is our researcher from day one, so... if anybody wants to rename colonists in this or other playthroughs, there's a point redemption for that on Twitch. If I do YouTube series, what I'll do is... And this is Barb's suggestion. Real life Barb, not the dupe. I don't listen to my dupes. I might talk to them, but I don't listen to them. Was that if I start doing a YouTube series on either this or Rimworld, that's like just a YouTube series, I'll set up a Patreon so Patreons can get named, or patrons can get named in the playthrough. But for right now, when I'm doing these VODs, if you're watching back on YouTube, if you want to name a colonist, come join up over on Twitch, twitch.tv/nethercloud. And yeah, Discord link is in the description if you're watching the VOD. It's in the description if you're not watching the VOD. It's in the description everywhere. Discord link, YouTube link, all that stuff is all over the place. So feel free to go and grab that. Come and join us on Discord. We talk about games, share builds, talk about life. We've got different sections for ONI, the Minecraft SMP, which anybody's welcome to join as long as they agree to the rules. We're a nice little community, if I do say so myself. I'm very happy with the way everything's been coming together. We've got some great members, some other streamers, some friends that are just hanging out, some people from all around the world with all sorts of different ideas and views and experience with games. So yeah, come and hang out on the Discord, is that spiel. We're about 15 minutes to when I normally end stream, but I want to go on this stream till we hit the 100 cycles. And then, like I said, I will, once we hit 100 cycles, we'll stop the stream, and I'll record the hands-off portion and put up a time-lapse on YouTube. What I'll probably do is I'll schedule it out to when it would be like I'm going to schedule these VODs one a week. So like in about a month and a half or so, all of them will be out on YouTube. If you want to watch back anything from the last week or two, I believe that's still available on Twitch. But that's how I schedule out my VODs. And if we start doing like 5 days a week playing different challenge playthroughs, it'll probably go up to like 5 days a week of YouTube releases for VODs. But until that time, I'm doing like 2 VODs and a short a week, and it's all up on the internet. And what I'll do is when I record the time lapse of the hands-off part, I'll put it up as like a private video, and I'll share that link with everybody in the community on Discord, and then I'll schedule it to go public after we have our time period where everybody who's in the community can get a look at what happens. We'll have I'll take it down from there, and then I'll just schedule it out to be public at a certain time. So that's the way we'll do it. That way, if you're part of the community, you get to see something that nobody else gets to see when they get to see it. If you're watching this back on the VOD and it's after everything has come out, the next video will be a time lapse of what happens when we take our hands off at 100 days. That all being said, my hands are off right now. Hands went off a couple of cycles ago, basically, and I'm just sitting here talking. So we're basically looking at the number in the lower right corner of the screen in our water reservoir. It's at 23.3. Our steam turbine is at like just about half most of the time, which means it's taking care of more than half the power from the aqua tuner, meaning that it needs 1200 power. Steam turbine is kicking out like 500. So 5 or 6, how much is this kicking out? 500. So just shy of half. So 600, that means if we've got 2 people running at any given time, they're producing a surplus of power combined with the steam turbine, even if that aqua tuner does just stay running flat out, which I kind of feel like it's gonna. We've got 4 people running, so that's a massive power positive. This thing is pulling 500, so 1200 plus 500, that's 17. 17 is 4, 8. That's 4 plus running. But then we've got the 500 from the thing. So yeah, it's like 3.5 colonists need to be running at all times. We've got a little bit of coal for backup, and since we are going to be sieving water and we have a wild hatch there, we'll be bringing in just that tiny little sprinkle of coal. So, you know, if once a year in dupe time, it needs to... oh, they're harvesting that plant over there as well. They've finished some of the sweeping over here. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but these symbols were going all the way across. And the only reason I swept here is I wasn't sure what's going to be underneath. Mealwood seeds and meal lice are going to be on here forever. But I figure if there's any debris behind there, that'll get swept up. Most of the map is set to be swept up. At least all the stuff inside. We've disabled the shearing stations, because we don't care about shearing them. We want our people doing other work. And other than that, it literally is just Killer's going to be doing decor. And if we get to cycle 97, 98, and Epidemus is not ready to grab Masterworks, I might skill scrub somebody else and put them into Masterworks and then just let Epidemus ranch or whatever. I keep checking that. That's like my #1 thought process right now. Oh, they're more than halfway. Yeah. We'll have Epidemus into Masterworks. Then we'll slap down some statues in a bunch of different places, so you know Killer can eventually build them. Epidemus will get around to carving them at a certain point. We'll have their artwork set on a lower priority than they're running, so they're always running. Killer is set to build first, so he's all about the building. God, it looks so much better once you put in the wallpaper. Even if it's just white, you get this feeling of like, oh, it's actually a base now. That's so friggin' cool. So yeah, 22.4 degrees in our tank. Aqua tuner's actually off. How freaking cool is that? Now, on a normal playthrough, it would bother the hell out of me that there's salt in there. I would have set up a liquid lock and like vacuumed it out and done all this like other stuff proper. See, in instances like now, the steam turbine's still putting out a little bit of power as it's like sucking the last little bits of heat out of that room, right? So it's putting out a little power, but our people don't actually... They don't actually have time to... They don't need to run. The batteries are at full. The coal engines aren't even remotely starting yet. So... we're getting work done. We're getting hauling done. We're getting building done. We're, you know, everything is getting done. This is running according to plan, provided, of course, that eventually our Dreco ranches fully spin up. We've got 4 eggs in here, which is a positive egg count. We were at 3 eggs. One of them hatched. Then we put 2 more down. So we're at a positive egg count. I think we're headed in the right direction. This is the first time I'm going to be hard relying on the ranching being fully automated. Ranching has always been something that I've automated, but I've never really paid too much attention to, because I'm like, well, it works or it doesn't, you know, type of thing. And if I have to fix it later, I'll fix it. I was like, as long as there's still at least a couple of animals in there, I'm happy. And we're trying to pull this off with naturally growing balm lily. So I don't know. I don't know how much of this is possible. We got heaters going, and they're drawing most of the power from that line where we're talking about 500. Once those heaters start to stabilize out those upper Dreco Ranch areas, and they're not on 100% of the time, we're going to start seeing a different... Ooh, thermal tolerance. State change. Ooh. All right. Never really looked at those options before. So 89 cycles, 11 more. We're going to keep watching it on slow, keep an eye mostly on this water tank. Now, we've got our loop going through everything, including helping us convert steam into water. This erupts in 0.3 cycles and has dormancy in 18. Our average output is 1.6. We've got a good amount of water buffered in here, and this thing only goes inactive for 59 days-ish, around 59 days. So we've got good output. We did the math. That's more. So 1.6 is necessary. This takes in 1. So 0.685, 0.641.9 kilos. So 6,419 grams, 6.4 kilo, whatever. It puts out 1.6 kilos. So then that other 600 grams should be plenty for our toilets. The toilets is a water positive process. So theoretically, the toilets will take care of themselves for a very, very long time, until we run out of sand. That's like the only thing that'll stop us on the toilets is running out of sand. And we've got everything being crushed other than sandstone and granite, because we're decorating with sandstone and granite. And once they've swept everything up all over the map, they will probably never go below this level. Like, they'll use the bathrooms, they'll hang out at the printing pod, they'll cook, they'll sleep, they'll farm, they'll eat, they'll go and run on wheels, and the ranchers will ranch, and that's it. The fact that these temp shift plates and this heater worked over here to get the balm lily online is very promising to me. There'll be enough balm lily in there to support some Drecos. If not the entire ranch of them, it should be able to support some of them. Like I said, it looks like we're egg positive, so that's a good thing. And by the time we get to a decent amount of Drecos, we should be able to start getting this one spun up. So everything is prioritized to do this one first, because the balm lily over here is still a little under temp. Why is there no chlorine in there? Oh, the chlorine needs to come up a little bit. You know, we have a pip we could put in one of these ranches to help... Oh, no, it won't help plant things. So here's what we're going to do real quick. This is what I was saying about... So we're going to get those out of there, and we're going to build this up. We're going to try and get this chlorine to spill over to here. So we don't have quite enough chlorine over here. And... so these are the last minute changes I was talking about. This is why we're not going at, like, absolute nuclear speed here, right? Let's do that. Bleachstone is hard digging? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, Julie might have to get scrubbed again. Yeah, let's get Julie into that. And priorities, where is Julie? Julie, remember how you used to dig? I need you to dig one more time for me. The little things. The little things. That being said, put that there. I mean, this is not an infinitely sustainable base. What I should do, and what I should have just been working on, is we should have had like a little chamber down here with like a mini gas pump that pumps out carbon dioxide and pumps the chlorine back into the room, but at the moment, it is what it is. I was so used to things getting done fast, but it's like... it doesn't have to get done too fast, because the Drecos aren't moved in here, but, you know, we're coming down to the wire here. If I hadn't noticed that, that could have been a problem. I think actually just doing what we did actually brought this bomb lily pressure. Okay, so yeah, we gotta bring some of this chlorine into existence here. Killer getting this jam on. Yes! Ah, our efforts are working. Yeah, see how they're sprouting up and working a little bit? This'll be good. This'll be really good. If we could just get these 2 blocks built, we'll be good. Yeah. Good job, Zed. Deliver it so that our builders... Yep. So, cycle 90, guys. The countdown from 10 starts now. We're going to stay live until we get to 100, and then, like I said, I will run this with recording software going and put up a time-lapse on YouTube. I'll share it with everybody from the community who's been here watching and has been, you know, part of our group for a while. And then I will also schedule it out so there'll be like a little private watch party for the end of it. And then we'll, I'll post it and have it up. Okay, the bomb lily is starting to come online in the second ranch. So that's good. Now, these are strictly barbecue animals. We're not shearing anything. We're not getting any materials. We're not worried about any of that. These are strictly for dinner. So we do care about numbers here. You had better level up enough to get Masterworks in the next 9 cycles, buddy. I never noticed them actually doing any of the sweeping, but I do notice areas on the map, like there used to be sweep commands here. There's not. They moved that stuff somewhere. So they are doing some of the sweeping, but they're doing everything the way I want them to do it, with the priority put on power and life. They're going to keep the power running, and they're going to keep life sustained. Okay, I don't actually care when they get to building these last 2, because I've already accomplished what I set out to accomplish there. Wait, you know what, though? You know what, though? I haven't. There is cold up there. That is something I didn't consider. This is why we're on a 1 going into 90 cycles. We're not hands off yet. We are like hands... Oh, you let the Dreco get down there. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I care. I care just enough. I knew that was going to happen. now 2 of them are down there. Oh, man. Don't go down there. Don't go down there! You can't get to him, Zed. Let's emergency build up before one of these idiots gets out of there again. Come on. Come on, please. Please. Idiot animals. Zero, where are you? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Quicker, Lyra. That being over the status bar is frustrating. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Please, before the idiots go in there, please, please. No, 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 no. 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 Hang on, Keller. Hang on. I'll redeem all that. Just let me deal with the stupidity of these things. No, 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 nope. Zed, get the job done. Get the job done. No, here comes Killer. Come on, Epidemus. Wrangle that son of a bitch. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Excellent, 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 excellent. All right, we got it, we got it. All right, perfect. Actually, not perfect, but... Don't care. Bliss burst, fine. I should have made this well, no, actually, that's why I didn't make that tile. Okay. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. People are running. Heat is being deleted. Ranching is happening. Aesthetics are happening. Hopefully this stuff up here gets built sooner rather than later. I can't believe how good of an insulating job this wound up being. I really didn't think we were going to fully insulate in, but we legit are fully insulated in. Like, between the abyssalite and the insulated tile, I felt like that was going to be impossible. I was like, oh, we're never even going to be able to insulate our base. That's an unlikely thing. Combo, combo, combo. Yes. Oh, good pop. Oh. Okay. Stretch. Liquid. So we're more or less there. I'm gonna have them build this stuff up here. You know what? Let me have those dug. That'll get that done faster. Look at how fast some of them run. It's insane. The hoops I make my people jump through to get over to that build site up there. They gotta hold their breath the whole freaking time, pretty much. I made some assumptions about the meteors, so hopefully I wasn't wrong about those. I don't think the ice meteors do damage to the surface. I mean, I don't see any pressure damage up there, and it's been like, those storms come along quite often. I'm not sure exactly why it all melts, though. I guess because that is 10 degrees. And I guess that's what's up, right? Like, the frozen meteors hit. They're cold. They immediately transfer temperature. So yeah, we really did have to insulate this in because it's going to continually get bombarded by cold up here. Eventually, the whole top part of the map is just going to be a giant freaking ice cube, in theory. You know what? Screw digging this. Killer's killing it. We don't need to dig that. Let's go back over to Julie. Julie, no more digging. You farm and then operate. That's right, right? Julie's our farmer operator now. You get to retire from a life of digging in the salt mines to cultivating mealwood. And then at one point, you're going to run out of things to cultivate. You'll occasionally pick random wildflowers for the colony. Or wild food for the colony, and more or less you're just gonna run and chill and relax. 74,000 calories. The funny thing is that our conveyor systems haven't even really been utilized to their fullest. God, this is such a good map. This is such a good map, guys. It's our community seed if you guys want to play along. Obviously, I'm finishing up the challenge, but it's actually very tempting to do another playthrough on this map. When you find a good seed, it's fun. The second planet is one that you could set up a nuclear reactor on pretty easily, plus you've got the radioactive crust here, which makes Radbolt research pretty easy to do. I mean, I've said if we were doing a standard playthrough. If we were doing a standard playthrough, my biggest thing right now would be coring out the map and taming every geyser. Like, these systems that we're trying to make rock solid, I would just toss them together reasonably quickly, and I wouldn't be worried about them being long-term, because it'd be like, I've got other things on my mind. We'd be ripping apart all of the oil biomes for all of the lead, all of the fossil. We'd get this natural gas geyser going and set up natural gas power, and I probably would have put the kitchen on the opposite side over here. I made the decision early on we weren't going to use the natural gas because we don't need to go up to a gas range, and if we had the natural gas power, we probably could have brought that online and fed it into our infinite liquid storage for pea water. That was probably a bad call. But I made the decision early on that dupe labor was the answer to our power problem. It exists. It's there. It's never going to go away. You know what I mean? Like, there's always... Until they start dying, but if they're dying, power is the least of our problems. Unless power's the thing that killed them, but they seem to be doing all right. When the aqua tuner kicks on, the turbine goes up to about 5, 6, somewhere between 4.5 and 6.5 hundred output, which is, it's like I said, it's doing around half, a little less, a little more, depending on the timing of the power for the aqua tuner. So, like, we've got 4 people running right now, and this is with all this building queued up. I mean, this is an absurd amount of building queued up, but this is what Killer's going to be doing once he finishes all of the insulation up on the top there. Honestly, I don't know why I kept that room because we were using the chlorine from that room to stabilize our bomb lily, which it does look like some of the bomb lily are growing now on the right side. So we're also up to 5 eggs. I think we were at 4 and I was stoked, and we're up to 5 eggs now set aside. I wish we had the power to turn on the incubators. We just don't have that kind of power. I mean, honestly, base is starting to look good. Temperature-wise, we're not yanking the temp out of every place that we need to, but, like, I mean, we're yanking the temp out of everywhere we need to. We're just not overcooling anything. I mean, even our oxygen pumps, that one was slightly yellow a second ago, but even our oxygen pumps are nicely green. Putting out 18 here, bringing back 19.5 there. So that'll keep helping our water turn from steam to water. My only nervousness in this entire thing is that several thousand cycles down the line, there'll be enough carbon dioxide buildup in the Dreco ranches that the bomb lily will get stunted. That is my only my main concern. And I'm just over here, like, I could set some systems up, but it might eat more power. I think at this point, like, if that's what kills my dupes, then that's what kills my dupes. You know what I mean? I'm not willing to put any more energy into it than what we've already put into it. Minus the occasional, like, little thing that we've been doing. Speaking of which, let's start going through the overlays, right? This one is split because it doesn't need to be any more than that. Insulated pipes, except where it's going through insulation. It's going in here at 63 degrees. Goes up, bridges onto the water. Bridges onto this water from our tank. That tank water bridges onto the water output of our sieve, and our sieve overflows into our insane polluted water system over here. Like, that little speck is going to overflow. Now, is it... Hold on 1 second. Is it Control 1? No. Is it Control F1? No. What is the... Is it Control Shift 1? Oh, yeah. So then... Okay, it is control and the number. So what I'm going to do... We're going to do control 1. Okay, and that brings us back here. Excellent. $11.6 tons of refined carbon. God, I wish we were still, like, we were going to play through. There's so much good materials on this map. This map is a steel factory. Like, absolutely. Like, there's plenty of power. Like, this is definitely a map. You set up a dirty brick. You use every piece of this, and then, like, on the second planet, the radioactive one, I saw Zed playing on it, and I looked at it real quick when we were checking out the seeds. Second planet is a great, like, rip it apart, mine everything, send it home planet. In fact, what are the uranium meteor showers? Yeah, absolutely. So with uranium meteor showers over there, the fact that it has a radioactive biome and we've got a radioactive crust on this planet, we would have enough uranium to basically infinitely sustain a nuclear reactor. And we could do that. We wouldn't even need to do that on this planet. This planetoid, like, we can see 3 oil reservoirs, and Zed mentioned that there's 5. Like, went in and checked everything. So there's 5 oil reservoirs on this planet. That's enough for a full petroleum boiler setup, which is enough to sustain 50 dupes, food, water, everything. Like, so we could do a full petroleum boiler setup on this planet and strip mine the other planet, set up a nuclear reactor over there for all, like, sustainable, like, this is just gonna produce power and always run, and that shit would just run that entire planet. We would use... That planet would harvest the uranium meteors and fill the nuclear reactor. And there's a lot of water on that planet, which we can't bring over... Which we can't pipe all of it over here. I mean, if there's less than, you know, 1 pipe's worth, we could filter it all over there and then pipe it over here. But I'm sure that between the, like, 3 or 4 water geysers over there, there wouldn't be. So the second planet would have a nuclear reactor. Hold on. Bleachstone managed to find its way down there, so let's do that. Because I'm pretty sure bleachstone off gases even in the Oh, that's right. We swept it from where we dug, so... So what was I talking about? Right. So second planet would be a nuclear reactor. We would harvest the meteors, which I've done before. I know how to do it. There's a couple of different designs. Since it's uranium, I'd have to use the solid design I came up with flour. We would process all the water there. So that would produce us clay from the polluted water off-gassing. I've done this on a planet before. Like, this setup is basically the same as my long-term playthrough that I did on stream for a while, just on smaller planetoids. I had like 56 dupes, like 2 rockets of 3 people, the main planet, like holding it down, like just a fucking powerhouse of a processing plant. We did all sorts of heat removal projects. We did insane things. Just absolutely insane things on that playthrough. All of the cool endgame stuff. And I gotta say, so don't take this the wrong way, but I'm getting a little bored of early game ONI. Like, this was a nice challenge to like hone all the bits and pieces in, right? But if this has taught me anything, it's that in under 100 cycles, I could make a sustainable base. Now, we're going to see how far that goes, how long that lasts, but that being said, I'd really like to do some endgame projects again. So like, I'd love to build a petroleum boiler and an industrial sauna. Like I was saying, if we were going to play this as a normal one, the entire bottom of the map would be an industrial sauna and Slickster Ranch. Like, I learned my lesson about all of this. Like, you need a lot of Slickster Ranches. Like, you need, if you're gonna run a full petroleum boiler setup, burning flat out the entire time, you're talking about needing like 7 ranches of Slicksters. And there's a few different like combinations I've come up with, like shapes and stuff. But when you get into that point of wanting to fully automate everything to the like umpteenth degree, my current vertical design needs a bit of work. Can't quite fit in enough of the sweepers, so need to be a few things that I make adjustments on, but that's what I would do on this map. I'd figure out how to cram at least 11 down there, and we've got 5 of the damn things, right? So with 5 oil reservoirs, I mean, what do you do with the other 2? It doesn't make sense to waste them, right? So at that point, you either make a second petroleum boiler, which I don't know that we have the volcano power we would have the volcano power to do that, but even if we didn't, we could then get space materials and use an aqua tuner with thermium to power a second petroleum boiler, or we could go all the way into making a sour gas boiler with the other 2. The thing about the sour gas boiler is the amount of space it would take up to theoretically do, and I've never done one before, which is something I was kind of looking forward to that we never got to in that long-term playthrough, but that would take up a lot, and I mean a lot of space. We're talking probably like this whole section of the map here. Like this whole big square right here. Probably at least. I mean, that's fine because we could set other things up. Like, this would be such a different playthrough. We would have a rocket program, so I'm not even sure if we hit the top of the map, but we'd probably, since there's a natural gas geyser here, our rocket program would go on this side. And you'll notice that the neutronium sticks out a bit here. So what we'd do is we'd probably end up putting like the stuff we need to support the rocket program here on the left. Like, theoretically like a second SPOM to pump oxygen in and hydrogen into for liquid oxygen and hydrogen, because I'd like to get to hydrogen rockets as well. Never done that. So, okay, did we do the things that I wanted them to do? I guess I should really still be paying attention. We've got 8 cycles left, and I'm running my mouth like we don't have... Yeah, 23.2 degrees. Plenty of water. SPOM is working. We've got 6 of 7 creatures with 5 of 6 eggs in place. Second area has Bomb Lily that's coming online. I think... I mean, I can't think of... Again, if there's anybody lurking out there that's got any ideas, any thoughts on anything I might be missing, let me know. Right now, my main thing is I'm just keeping an eye on Epidemus here to see if they hit Masterworks in time. I think they will, but we're not going to put any more... Why do you not have... Why do you not have the Nature Reserve? Everybody has the Nature Reserve except Barb. Why is that? It still exists. They still have to go through it to do everything. I'm not sure. And I'm not going to worry about it. Even without the Nature Reserve, she doesn't quite cap out on stress. The other thing we could have put some time in is making them a rec room. Now, if I were to do this all over again, knowing what I know now, a lot of this would stay the same. Maybe slightly better, like, positioning of everything, but same basic attack. Wall out the heat, get to a cooling solution ASAP, etc., etc. And what I would do differently is I would tap the natural... Same challenge. I would tap the natural gas geyser and get that running power for us, and I would just pump the pea water into our infinite storage. That would help a lot with our power, meaning we could rely less on the dupes, but I don't even think that's going to come to be a problem. We've got enough duplicant labor with these guys to sort this out. But, you know, just for a little extra on the back end of it. Have the dupes running be the primary power, have the natural gas be secondary power, and have coal be the tertiary power. And with that level of redundancy, we'd probably run quite a long time. What else would I do differently? What else would I do differently? I would set up a pump system underneath the Draco ranches that dealt with... even if it was just a pump system to push the CO2 out, I'd set up a sensor on the ground next to the pump. Just above the pump. Yeah, second level of the pump, I'd set up a sensor for CO2. When the CO2 stacked up to 2 tiles, the pump would kick on, pump the CO2. It would go through a gas sensor and a shut-off valve, and we'd have like a little infinite liquid trick going on inside of our Draco ranch so we could pump, and outside of our Draco ranch so we could pump all the chlorine back in regardless and all the CO2 out regardless. Honestly, like I said, if that's what kills us, if CO2 buildup chokes the bomb lily and kills all of our Dracos, I'll still take that as a win because I know how I could fix that. And we've got... Okay, let me pause this for a second. We've got 7 cycles. We've got 7 cycles, and I know this is going to be a problem. If I put our builders back on building, could I fix this? Could I fix this? How quick could I... Realistically, how quick could I fix this is really the question. Hold on. Let's hold on here. Right, it's the infinite liquid store. It's the infinite storage inside the Draco farm that becomes the pain in the ass, right? Right. Or infinite, yeah. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I could design this system and get it up in 7 cycles, right? Stupid of me to wait this long, but... Alright, let me think. Let me think. I think I can do this, and if we swap the team back... we've got that set to 45. Let's make it out of steel just in case, right? Let's just give ourselves a little carbon pit. To get down here. Right. Shut off here. No. Thing there. Sensor there. Alright, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on. I got this. Hold on. So we could put that going to there. How much does a high pressure gas vent take, actually? Okay, we don't have enough. So we would dig this all out from this side. We put that there. Right, that goes there, and then gas shutoff goes there. Gas pipe element sensor goes there. Automation wire goes here. That doesn't need to actually get dug, but that does. And then we're going to go into furniture. Alright, this is just going to get a little bit terrifying. And then gas pipe. That's through abyssalate, so we can't do that. So we would do that. Just gonna break the ranch for a second, but I think this is worth giving a shot. And then Hang on. Okay, so we have a problem. I don't want these running non-stop. That's a lot of power running non-stop. And we don't have... God, can I... I can't revert now. No, you know what? You know what? It was a nice idea. It was a nice idea. No. Just no. I'm not willing to do it. I know that's insane, but if I'd have started working on it like 15 cycles ago when I first started saying something about it... hang on. We've got 7 full cycles. Do we set up research? No, I can't do it. Can't do it. I put too much of myself into this. I'm not gonna... If I'd have thought of this... If I'd have thought of the problem earlier in the playthrough, it would 100% be in place. We'd have researched the appropriate things, but we don't have the research we need to actually set that up to be stable. I'm not willing to do it. I will concede that our death is most likely going to be from the CO2 building up and killing the bomb lily. Well, not most likely. If that's that, we are choosing that as our form of death. Idleness. How are you idle? Just run. So, yeah, 7 cycles left. We're almost an hour over. I think we hit the 2 button for the first time in, like, freaking forever. I can't fathom anything else right now. Like, our ranchers are ranching, our cook is cooking, everybody else is running except for Killer, who's building all of our random junk. Damn it, Epidemus. You're gonna slide in right at the end, aren't you? So here's the reason I know, like, I want to sound like I'm making excuses, but, like, I never thought about doing that to a Dreco farm with the filtering the chlorine gas and the carbon dioxide, because the vast majority of the time, I'm setting up the Dreco farm with either mealwood or bristleberry. I would probably run these Dreco farms on mealwood on this map, because we've got a ton of dirt. And I would already have Slickster ranches up and going, which would be starting to produce us barbecue. Our barbecue would be coming from Slickster ranches instead of Dreco ranches. And our Dreco ranches would just be there to get us reed fiber and plastic, which we don't need any more of for this playthrough. We needed 200 plastic to make a single steam turbine, and we needed enough reed fiber to get us through digging the fossil and diamond out that we needed, as well as get us out to the steam thing, which we didn't even really build much out there. Like, a lot of this is very low tech, but this playthrough has taught me that... Do we have granite? This playthrough has taught me a few things in that regard. Like, I now know that I can actually set up a pretty sustainable base in under 100 cycles. I also know that if I'm going to natural ranch Drekos, I've got to put a solution into place for the carbon dioxide sitting underneath the chlorine. Because it seems fine when you look at it, you're like, oh, chlorine and hydrogen stacked on top of each other. But there is one other answer. The other answer would be to put them into suits going into the Dreko rooms, which I've done before. I've had my people get into suits as soon as they get out of bed. We probably could have set that up this playthrough, realistically, since Drekos are going to be our main deal. We could have left the exosuit forge on, set up 10 docks outside. The only problem is that docks, they always wind up failing. They always wind up failing. Like there's like one thing or some sort of small priorities. Speaking of which, let's go back to a 1 and look at our priorities. Cleaning. None of this should be on anything higher than a normal 5. Oh, that one's on an 8. That's fine. Duties. Duties is the one I want to see. So, doors. Doors on a 5. Those on a 5. I heard the thing go off. Alright. Copper. Sure, why not? We'll add some copper to the pile. So... yeah, 9 priority on these bad boys. We've got an egg getting put in there right now. So we have 6 creatures and 6 eggs. That's absolutely phenomenal. Okay, so we're getting there on the eggs. Back to priorities, right? Eggs need to be a 9. Those aren't going to get harvested ever, but they can all be on a 6. These are on 6s. That's not even on. These are on 5s. I can get on board with that. Those don't need to be anything. That doesn't need to be anything. That being on an 8 is good. Yeah, life support. We're actually going to put these on a 9. Actually, no. This on a 9. These can stay on an 8, because with a spam, these shouldn't go on. We'll just have them there so we can lean on our systems in the best way possible. This guy right here, that guy doesn't need to be on anything special. In fact, we can disable this building. Disable that building as well. Disable building. God, is there anything else? Can't put that there. Sure. Okay. I think we've nailed it all down. I mean, we're just going to keep our eyes out for the next few cycles. I'm going to run it on a 2. I'm pretty much hands-off status at the moment. We're not giving any power to our Dreko farms. They're only meat, so we don't have glossies set up in either location. And Killer's just hauling ass, building bits and pieces. Slowly but surely, the rest of the stuff around the base is getting picked up. I think I want this to be the thing. I think we did it, guys. I mean, like I said, the CO2 building up in the Dreco ranches from them exhaling might be an issue. But I don't know. We seem to have dealt with it for now. $896 grams, 1 kilo. That's our chosen death. Dreco's dying because of bomb lily stifling. That is the weakest point on this whole thing, in all honesty. And I just couldn't come up with a sustainable way to deal with it until it was, well, too late, but too late through my own regard. I'm really ashamed of myself for not doing this, and I'm not rushing it in 6 cycles. We're gonna call this good. Barracks, Great Hall, washroom, nature reserve. And this is an oxygen not included base in 100 cycles. Under 100 cycles. I mean, let's get this boat on the ocean. I mean, I'm not worried about, like, any of these systems other than the Drecos. And the Drecos is the one I probably should be the most concerned with. But we're farming, we're ranching, we're crushing. It's a good question. We have 82.4 tons of sand. 82.4 tons of sand. The Sage Hatch is doing their thing. They laid an egg. 3.2 tons of coal. I haven't seen those coal generators turn on in quite some time, which is something I've been looking out for. Like, once the aqua tuner got turned on, it's like, can we live without the coal? I think we're there, guys. 5 cycles, we better be. Like, there's nothing else I can think to do right now. Had I thought of it like 5 or 6 cycles earlier, I probably would have jumped on dealing with the carbon dioxide in the Drecos. But that is the only regret I have in this playthrough. That is the only regret I have. He is so close. Come on, Epidemus. I know you want to side in artwork. They're already set up for that, right? Yeah. Ranch, then art. Then operate. I guess. Yeah, and then anything else that's priority over that. I wonder if Epidemus can get that last level in like 3 to 4 cycles. If not, I really do have, like, I don't have to, but I'm really going to want to put somebody else into it. People are bringing stuff over to storage. Which means all of that ugly decor will sort itself out. Let it be noted that so far I haven't touched anything on cycle 95. So we're 5 cycles early. I will, though, because I'm going to literally click to level him into art. Oh, you bastard. All right, hang on a second. I gotta turn that off. He started painting. Can't have him painting yet. He's not a master yet. I forgot that we had one of our dupes side into art just to make that masterpiece. Oh, come on, bud. You're there. You're there. Even right down to leveling up our artist, we're coming in at the end of the line here. Yeah, I'm hoping the last thing we do is just level Epidemus into artwork. Nobody should be idle. Everybody can run. Oh, unless the batteries are fully topped off. I mean, that's a thing, right? Well, there's hauling to be done as well. We're just waiting for that notification. Epidemus has earned a skill point. And then we can queue up some statues, turn his masterwork going, and call it. We're an hour overtime. I usually stream noon to 6 Monday through Saturday. I've talked about it before. I'm considering changing that to Tuesday through Sunday, so I have Monday to do real life stuff. I've been trying to get back on waking up early enough in the morning so I could do stuff before stream, but it's not looking so amazing, so I might end up changing my schedule. Everything is up in the air. Pretty much everything is up in the air until Rimworld comes out with a new DLC next week, and that's one of the only concrete things out there for me, is that I'm going to be playing the Rimworld DLC pretty hard once that happens. Yeah, our place is looking good. Place is looking good. Body temperature on this guy, 34.8. So yeah, some of that other bomb lily is going to be coming online. And we're producing eggs. Now, if I was a little bit smarter, talking about other things we could do, we could set up timers on the eggs to make them hatch a lot faster. That would probably have been a good thing to do. So long-term solution for the carbon dioxide in the Draco ranches, timers on the eggs to increase the number of Dracos we're getting per cycle. Use the natural gas geysers. Those are the 3 things I would do differently. Egg timers, natural gas geyser tapped, and pump solution for the CO2 at the bottom of the Draco ranches. And other than that, I'm pretty phenomenally happy with the way this came out. There's always going to be things where you're like, I wonder if I had done this a little differently, but another pipsqueak. Come here, you. Do we want that pipsqueak somewhere in, like, specifically? I don't really want to close down any more doors. I think we just let them roam. Well, you know what? If we can... I don't know if they'll get cramped with 2 of them in there, but we'll put 2 in the mess hall. If they're not cramped, and we keep 2 wild ones in there, and eventually one of them or 2 of them, eventually 1 or 2 of them mutate into, what do you call it? Cuddle Pip? That'd be awesome. Oh my god, so close. So freaking close. When they get that trait, we're gonna queue up statues, we're gonna set their priorities with artwork, and that's basically gonna be hands off. We're at 97 out of 100 right now. We've had our 8 dupes since before. I think cycle 47, if I remember correctly, is when we got the last dupe on our team. So that's... We've had plenty of time to level people up. Epidemus is coming in right at the end with the art passion. We've queued up a lot of decorating and stuff to be done. I mean, the drywall's almost finished. That being said, I totally probably had time to get those gas solutions. I could have... Yeah. That's the one I'm gonna kick myself on. That's what's gonna eventually starve our people out. Maybe it'll happen, you know, 1,000 cycles from now, but that's what will eventually starve our people out. Hang on a second. No, it's not a 3 cycle. I was like, what if I just slap some carbon skimmers under there? The pipes. I might be willing to try this. Can I do that? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Okay, that doesn't fuck anything up. We'd have to move over by 1 on this. And then... water's flowing this way. And this way. Oh, no, no, no. Hang on. I am freaking out right now. I am absolutely freaking out right now. I am going to make everyone a builder, temporarily. Oh, Jesus. I made all of this out of sandstone. Oh, hang on a second, guys. Hang on. I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down. I want to do this. I know how to do this. Let's do this, right? 3 cycles is plenty of time. Regular pipe. Spilled out of igneous. So we're going to need a pipe that comes down into here. This is going to be the output pipe. Right? Now... That's that, that's that, that's that. Turn that off for now. Okay, so let's say... Where's the output? Output is upper bit. So let's say... That's the output. I would like to do this from the bottom. Okay, so hang on. We are upticking everybody into building. Like literally everybody into building. We're gonna go like that. That's gonna come through there. This is gonna come over to the output. Jesus. The input can split. Hey, Barb. I was willing to not do anything, but I realized that what was going to kill me was the carbon dioxide was going to build up and overtake the bomb lily. And I was like, I don't know how to deal with that. And then I was like, well, I had this whole complicated idea in my head, and I was like, you know what? I'm not willing to deal with it. It's fine. Everything is fine. And then I realized that, wait, I can fix this. I know how to fix this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. Too close to 100 to stop. Too far from 100 to be 6 hours. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much dead on the money right there. Okay. Priorities. Alright, hang on a second. Okay. Can we make this bigger? No, we can't. Okay, hang on. Let me just snapshot these real quick. Never know where to put them. Never know where to put them. Let's put them here for now. And now let's go back over here. Scroll down so we can see the other 4. Sorry to anybody in general chat. That's where I'm putting them. Okay, and now back to the game. Actually, let's bring this back up like this. Okay, so... Okay. Problem. Background. Cancel background buildings. And then I already canceled the trim there. That's fine. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so the ceiling trim. Let's just cancel all that. And then redraw the liquid pipe. Power is at the same spot the input is, so right there. Now, priority 9 on that. And Zed, I would be even happier if I'd have thought of what I just thought of, like, 8 cycles ago. Like, about 8 cycles ago, I was like, there's nothing I can do to deal with this problem. You know, so I'll just let that be the thing. I'll be like, you know what, fuck it. We're gonna die of carbon dioxide overtaking our bomb lily, and that'll be how we die. I'll choose my own death. But because the way I thought to fix it was way too complicated and needed more research, I was like, fuck it. But then I just realized, I was like, I could just hook up carbon skimmers. They're not going to turn on often enough to make a huge difference in our shit. But this is the last little bit. This was the bit that I was like, man, I'm sorry I didn't do that. You know what I mean? I was just like, it's just too bad. So I literally put all of the ants on build. Everybody is building. Nobody's run. Don't forget, they'll still keep building whatever you queue up after. I know. That's what all of the background stuff and statues and stuff was going to be. It's to solve a problem I didn't think of until cycle 88 or something like that. And I was like, well, I'm not going to stress through the last 12 cycles fixing this. And then I was like, wait, there is a brute force fix to this. Hardest part is going to make sure none of these dumb Drecos just go to some idiot location, but... yeah, Stardew is awesome if you're into that type of thing. Me personally, not my jam. I mean, I enjoyed playing it with Julie, but I'm good on that for now. Probably forever. Yeah, it is definitely a chill game. Why are we building? Why is this an unreachable build? Why are we not building this? Why is this unreachable? Why? Don't fuck with me, game. Do not fuck with me. Do not fuck with me. Why can't we go there? Lyra's doing that ladder. I came up with a solution to something very last minute here, so I've got everybody on build at the moment. Losing my mind. Julie not allowed by schedule. Okay. I think this one is supposed to be this way. Yes. Alright, Julie's going to dig the thing. Good. I don't think they can actually get to that. Maybe they can. Unreachable, not allowed by schedule. The advantages of having a huge battery bank at the end of the game. Emergency building on cycle 97. You better build onto the top side of that. Good. That ranch is back online at 96 tiles. My decorations. Power is getting to it. The right liquids are getting to it, right? Now what I might do is redraw those with insulated pipes. so the killer can work on them later. Now, let me quickly fix my priorities here, because killer is the only one that needs to be building right now. So Barb was operating. And building was here. And that's the only two things we changed. Then killer was building, then operating, so that didn't have to change. Julie was farming first, and no digging, no building. Actually, we left Julie there on building. Okay, fair enough. Zed was down-ticked on building, but other than that, was normal. Zen. Cooking. Okay, so down-ticked on building. Ada was building as their secondary, with that as their primary. Wait, is that... I had this so perfect, too. You are ranching first. Building down-ticked. Operating second, right? Oh, no. That's right. Epidemus is decorating second, then everything else flatlined. That's right. And then Lyra is definitely upticked there. Double down-ticked and building. Ada... We could probably change Ada now. No, operate and then build. Wait. Yeah, operate, build, and then haul, because that means she'll help build some of this stuff. So that's a cycle 97 emergency. We threw power at the problem. Okay. So what I am going to do now... What do we have the most of? Igneous. Now that that's been done, I'm going to redraw over the pipes with insulated pipes. Let's just start from down here. Because it can be on the gradual. They can't reach those, so... Okay, so we redrew all of that with insulated. Insulated was going to take way too long, but... Okay. But we can let it be an eventuality. Okay, that was what I was trying to get to. The reason I was a little nervous about this is because that water might end up being hot water from down here at one point in the build. And if it is, then we run into a situation where it might start cooking the center of our base. So I was like, well, fuck it. Let's just run the pipes as normal pipes, have everybody build it, and then we'll set the insulated pipes as an eventuality. Yeah, I mean, we don't have an absolute fuck ton of power, but we've got enough power. Lyra is storing dirt. Why are you storing dirt? You're definitely set to operate first. Yeah, you're set to operate, then store, supply, and tidy. So that's fine. So you probably don't want to get on there because this thing it hasn't dropped down in percentage yet. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's watch it on 1 for the last 2 cycles here before we hands off. And sorry, Zed. Zed came in. Did we shout out Zed? I don't even remember. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's do a shout out for Zed. Zed3900. Go check out Zed. He's the whole reason we started doing this challenge. Our cooling system is handling. Which is pretty goddamn cool, I gotta say. Very much feel like we're stabilized. That was the last thing I was like, that's probably how we're gonna lose. That's probably how we're gonna lose. Like, it didn't feel good, you know? I'm gonna prioritize along these lines as a 6. I know they'll build the background materials at a 6 too, but that's fine. Hey, Indie Gamers SO, welcome on in. We are just about at the end of a challenge that we started 4 or 5 streams ago. Zed came up with it. We were talking about how Rimworld is a little bit different than ONI in that you can get to a point where your colony is fully sustainable. So if you're not getting hit with raids or, you know, crazy events, you could just take your hands off. And Zed's like, well, why couldn't you on ONI? What if we had a challenge where you have 100 days to stabilize a colony and then you have to take your hands off? And so we got talking about it. Eventually, yes, streaming late, Suds. I wanted to finish the 100 cycles. What I'm going to do is I'm going to finish out the 100 cycles today. Why fingers? Why tonight? I don't remember. So anyway, 8 dupes by cycle 100 minimum, and once you hit 100, hands off, right? So what I just did is rush fixed something. Just got to hope a dupe does not take a piss in the water. That won't happen with the way we have this set up. The dupes don't have any access to the water other than here, and they have no reason to get it. But yes, that is always a scary thing. Our toilet system is pretty stable, and it's overflowing to an infinite storage over here. So right now, we got just enough plastic out of our 1 glossy Dreco before it starved to death to build a steam turbine. So, built a steam turbine. Got enough steel to do aqua tuners. Had to make everything out of steel in our spawn because we don't have any gold amalgam on this planet or even on our second planet. So it's a very steel heavy run. This steam vent is the only thing that... Cool steam vent, so 110, not 500. Is the only, like, straight up water source we have on this planet. And I didn't want to go between both other planets. So we're using this. We did the math. It outputs 1.6 on average. This thing eats 1 on average. The single electrolyzer setup should be plenty to keep these dupes breathing. We've also got the algae generators set up here so that early on, as this is overpressurizing and the algae ones are helping out, we can build a nice stockpile in here of oxygen. We've got a buffer so that we don't accidentally snap pipes with our aqua tuner cooling things down. We've got Dreco Wrench almost fully online. Second one will be online once we start hatching stuff. We're egg positive on the Dreco Ranches, so that's going to be our long-term food source is barbecue from the Drecos. We've got them shift into an evolution chamber down here. We've already got an egg sitting in there in addition to the 6 that are reserved for the farms. Mostly we're going to be running off of dupe labor. I've got wheels set up. We've only got 3 jobs in the... 3.5 jobs. First job is 2 ranchers who also side in farming and a cook who sides in operating. I don't even know. But ranching and cooking and farming are the only things that have to be covered. And that's all covered by 3 dupes. I think there's one who has operating as their main, who also sides in farming if there's no wheel to run on. We have them crushing every rock that we're not using to build currently because sand is not sustainable. So we're going to try and filter as much sand as we possibly can by having them crush all of the rocks and metals and everything in here. And where is Epidemus? Oh my god, dude. I need this guy to get that one last level within the next cycle so that I can put him in the Masterworks and queue up a bunch of Masterwork stuff. The guy who is set to build things is basically set to default back to an operator with the way their priorities are once everything is built. The only thing we really have him building now is we're having him go over the regular pipes we just ran with insulated pipes for the reasons I was just explaining. I am not the best at ONI, but I played some today and just added a main water tank and polluted water disposal that feeds into reed fibers. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. We don't have any reed fiber on this planet. Otherwise, I'd be sinking into reed fiber and temperature controlling the reed fiber. So what we're doing is our toilet system prioritizes the filtered water. So until we run out of sand, we're going to be running on recycled water for our bathrooms. Since it's a water positive process, there will be some overload of polluted to the infinite storage we have set up. If and when we run out of sand, if something else doesn't go wrong before we run out of sand, it's set up so that water from this tank will pump into the toilets. And if this tank runs out, it'll start pumping the hot water down here into the toilets, all through insulated stuff. So it might get a little warm in here, but we have a cooling loop that kind of cools over here. So we've got redundancy, 3 layers of redundancy set up for the water in our toilets, and it overflows to infinite storage, which seems to be pretty stable at the moment. Cooling has been going well. The places that need to stay cool are staying cool. Does a duplicant with a binge-eating stress reaction override the consumables tab? That is a great question, Indy. I don't think I've ever taken a binge eater. I am super picky with my dupes. This is the least picky I've ever been because I wanted to have all 8 of my dupes before cycle 50. But I don't have... I don't even know. If I'm not playing max difficulty, I'll tell you right now, I don't have stress reactions. I did a max difficulty Frozen Forest, no teleporters, home sweet home in under a month, like a month of streaming. And that was the most stress I think I ever had, was when I had them go to the second planet, put down some carpeted tiles, made sure their work area was lit, did a few things, and like muddled through. Home planet, got down a massage parlor. Just throw down a massage parlor, you'll be fine. I can't think of ever having an actual stress reaction in this game. Even on max... Does anybody remember, did we have a stress reaction on max difficulty? I don't feel like we did. Yes! Yes, you glorious bastard. Alright. Last pause before we're done for the day. Or done for the playthrough. So for anybody coming in... Let's just use Igneous. What my plan is right now is we're going to spam down some statues wherever we can spam down some statues. Excuse me. And then we're going to be done. Screw it, we'll put one long... The most goofy thing I've seen was something called a shine bug... Oh, yeah, shine bug reactors are awesome. If you have the phosphorite from the Drekos to keep them running, they're really cool. Where else are we going to slap a statue down? One can go there. No, no, no. Shine bug reactors are great if you don't have way. If you've got Drecos producing phosphorite, or a lot of phosphorite on your map, and you don't have a really convenient source of rads like Wheezewort or like uranium to grind up for manual rad bolts or whatever, I think Shinebug reactors are really cool. I think Suds was the first one to show me about Shinebug's reactors. I can't remember for sure, though. We kept that room, so we might as well throw some statues in it. Dear God, where else can we slam some Oh, you know what? We could put a couple right here. Because this is the last building we're going to queue up. After this, we're done. Let's go to a regular sculpting block. And just kind of eke out a few more shorties. Like we could put one there, right? Yeah, Shinebug reactors are a cool thing. I would have never thought of that if somebody hadn't told me, quite honestly. So, I love that about this game, where you can kind of, like... You can learn a lot from other people, right? Now, priorities-wise, we want you to second in artwork. If there's ranching to do, ranch. If there's art to do, art. And if not, then do everything else. In fact... Oh... No, you farm and art second. This art's going to take a lifetime to get done. Wait, we have a dedicated farmer. Julie is our dedicated farmer. No, you can be there. Yeah, one dedicated farmer, one dedicated cook. So anyway, here's what we're going to do. We're on cycle 99. This is the last hoorah, the last shebang. We've got some work queued up as far as backgrounds, redoing pipes with insulated pipes, and I just queued up a bunch of sculptures. I don't know what else we would do on this last cycle, so cheers everybody. I think it would be cool if certain asteroids were closer to the sun, and solar panels power production would vary on how close they are. That would be pretty cool if they went to that much detail. They do vary with the amount of lumens or lux or whatever it is that comes in. If you look at your light overlay, I'm sure you know this, but the more light that's up here, the more light that's up there, the more the solar panels work, and it's different on each planet, right? So... Okay, I'm going to pause for 1 second. We sorted out our carbon dioxide problem. No, it's not the same on everyone. There's different light levels. If you look at your star map, like we only have 2, but it'll tell you the light level. Peak light is 30,000 lux on this planet, and peak light is 30,000 lux on this planet. But I've seen planets vary greatly once you start getting all over the place, so... Just look on your deal here, and it'll tell you how much light there is. But yeah, it's different on different asteroids. Okay. I mean, there's nothing we can do now, right? There's nothing we can do. So let's just let it play. Let's reflect back. We had to rush. We got lucky on this playthrough. I'm talking massive luck. We got a mutated glossy Dreco. Now, we put him into the ranch, and he starved to death, but before he starved to death, we sheared him twice, which means we got 300 plastic, and we only needed 200 for the steam turbine. So we got a steam turbine aqua tuner setup going. We had a good plant configuration, so we were able to make our main hallway here a nature reserve. We threw together a barracks. We've got our washroom and our great hall. Here is a dumb question. These are not going to get made. Should I leave this shearing station on? I don't want them to shoot. No. I'd rather cancel the canvases. And we'll queue up ceiling trim instead. It's not as fancy, but it is what it is. How is our decor, by the way? Absolutely atrocious. That's fine. So Epidemus has the masterworks assigned, has the skills put out. Is there anybody we have to rush to scrub? We don't need to put you into improved construction or improved tinkering. Barb has got the right build. Epidemus has got the right build. Julie has the right build. Killer. Very happy. You know what? Hard digging is free, so maybe that'll make you happy. Lyra. Improved tinkering is free, so we'll give that to you. Zen, same thing. Improved tinkering is free. Wonderful. So, that's it. No more leveling. Everybody is at the level they're going to be at. We're on cycle 99. We've queued up work. Are there any hiccups? Like any emergency last second build? I mean, if there is, we don't even have the time for it. That's going to stay there. All those oxygen pipes can stay there. I think I see a spot I can slam down a block. Boop. And fossil to lime. Copper to copper ore. Eggshell doesn't generate any sand. Yeah, and I'm going to leave the granite, sandstone, and igneous off the list because they're still building shit out of it. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. Well, we have mealwood going until it runs out. Food production is Dreco ranching. In theory, a full ranch should be able to support these dupes, but we're going to have two that eventually spin up. One of the last minute things is we dealt with the fact that carbon dioxide sits below chlorine, so we've got naturally growing balm lily in here with chlorine, and then as the carbon dioxide sinks below, the skimmers will skim it out. But barbecue is the long term. We've got 140 tons of dirt for our barbecue to come online. And until then, we've got enough mealwood growing. Plus, we got a handful of wild bristleberry and mealwoods. Literally, I think 2 bristleberries and 2 mealwoods that are wild that are growing. Yeah. Basically, we're relying on the fact that I did the ranching correctly, which is terrifying. Very, very terrifying. I have no idea. I'm pretty proud of the infinite storage and the liquid prioritization. We've got sweep orders queued up. Nobody's really, majorly on sweeping. That's not, a high priority. But they've gradually been sweeping up the map. So, anyway, if you guys want to play this seed, it's on our community page. Nightbot just posted it a moment ago. All of the VODs will be up on the YouTube, and when we hit cycle 100, I'm going to pause it. We're going to take a screenshot. We're going to be done with stream. Stream is usually only 6 hours, and we're at the 8-hour mark. It's been wonderful. Thank you all for hanging out today. Tomorrow, we're going to stream something else, and what I'm going to do is over the next day or two, I'm going to time-lapse the hands-off part. I might do it while we're hanging out in Discord. So if anybody wants to come hang out in Discord, I might be streaming the hands-off part while I hang out with everybody. I think that's probably what I'm going to end up doing tonight, because I don't know how long it's going to last. If I actually made this base infinitely sustainable, I would be tickled pink. But what achievement. Have a duplicant. Oh, masterwork art. Excellent. Good way to go out. So we've got some masterwork art going in, and we've got building queued up for people. We've got sweeping queued up for people. I don't think there's anything else we can really do. I mean, obviously we're at the mark here, but temperature looks good. I'm happy. So it's been a crazy journey. Once I finish recording this, the hands-off part of the challenge, I'll post it up on YouTube. I'll make it private to start and share it with everybody in the community. And then after a few days, I'll take it out of private and move it to scheduled so that it'll come out. I release one ONI VOD a week from our playthroughs. And so I think there's one or two more from the mini-base playthrough we've been working on. Then I'll be scheduling these. You should go into dev mode and speed it up a ton to see how long they can survive for. That's the idea, Indy. I'm not going to go into dev mode. I'm just going to record it and run it afterwards. And that's exactly what I was just talking about. Once we hit cycle 100, I can't do the hands-off part on stream. That's a lot of talking and not touching stuff while I'm talking to you guys. And it's just one of those things where it's like, if it lasts 10 minutes and we started it tomorrow, it's like, okay, now we gotta do something else, and that's a whole bunch of... one last thing. Let me make sure these are right. So if this is above 100 grams, you can pump. If this is below 20 kilos, the electrolyzer's on. If this is below 100 grams, the electrolyzer goes on. So that's an or thing. This is if you are above 100 grams. Okay, so that won't vacuum out. We shouldn't have any problem down here. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, what I'll be doing is posting the time-lapse of it on YouTube and sharing it with the community, and then it will be scheduled to come out after the VODs from the playthrough. I think this is day number 5. So after all the VODs play through on YouTube, the next one that uploads will be the... If you're watching this on YouTube, next week will be the time-lapse of the hands-off. I don't know. I go into my announcer voice when is there hydrogen gas surrounding the battery and hydrogen generator? Because I built them into the hydrogen chamber of our SPOM, and that should self-cool everything. Nothing in here should get above 75 degrees. We do have cooling running into our oxygen, so they're just in the hydrogen chamber. This is all a self-contained unit right here. In theory, I could have it dumping excess power back to the grid, but this will supply our people with oxygen as long as there's water here, and this doesn't drink as much water as this produces, and I don't think this plus the toilets would even drink all the water this produces, so we should have plenty of water to keep our base going. If dupes had to drink, that would be a different story, so... Yeah. This has been a hell of a ride. I'm interested to see how long it survives after 100. But when I hit 100, we're going to call it. I'm going to take a dinner break, go do some things, come back. I'm going to set it on 3x and record. How do you cool the water from the cool steam vent? I don't. I do, but I don't. I have one tiny little blade of our cooling loop with 4 radiant pipes here. And that's just so that if this ever gets to the point where it's nothing but steam, like the steam should touch that and instantly turn to water, right? As far as the water itself goes, I don't care how hot it is. It's running through insulated tiles, and where it's not, it's running through insulated pipes. This will delete heat. The electrolyzer will output at 75 degrees. So if we're pumping 95 degree water in there, we're deleting 20 degrees of heat. And And if it gets to 75, I don't really care because we're cooling the oxygen, and everything in here is made out of steel. So as long as it doesn't get to 200 degrees, we don't have to worry about anything. There's no point in cooling water you use in your oxygen system. You're better off cooling the oxygen as it comes out, either cooling the oxygen chamber where the pumps are or running the pipes through a chill block, which is probably the more appropriate way to do it, but there were some concessions that needed to be made. I almost didn't do a deep freeze. I almost didn't fix the problem with the CO2 and the naturally occurring bomb lily. There are a lot of things I almost didn't do, and I'm curious to see which ones will stick and which ones won't. We did wind up getting pips, so I threw them in the Great Hall, hoping for them to mutate into cuddle pips so everybody has somebody to cuddle. But yeah. Basically a cool steam vent. You're not trying to use it to feed crops or anything. If you've got a cool steam vent, it's just to pump water into an electrolyzer setup. If I have to, some of it'll go into my toilets. I mean, theoretically, I would say a few thousand cycles down the road, we might need to pump some of it in our toilets. But that's after all of our sand is used up for filtration, which we're crushing excess rock to get more sand and crushing metals to get sand. And we're crushing everything except what they're building the artwork out of. So eventually, yeah. Eventually we'll run out of sand. It's going to take an obscene amount of time, being that we only have one water sieve. And then the overflow will go into the infinite storage. And then once the entire tank down here is emptied into our toilets, last printables of the playthrough, guys. Bomb lily seed or hatchling. I'm sorry, little hatchling. We don't want you eating resources, so bomb lily seed is the last one. We're about to approach a milestone. You can see the thing glowing in the upper left. I think that's the 100 cycle milestone. We did it. I mean, I think we did it. There should be plenty of mealwood for us to survive on until the Dreco ranches are fully spun up. Real quick, let me just check on this. 7 of 7 critters with 6 out of 6 eggs. We're there. This is set the same. Fair enough. Fair enough, game. Anyway, if anybody wants to follow and keep up over the next week, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, we're going to be a little up in the air with what we're playing. We're going to play some Satis, we're going to play some Nightingale, maybe do some Minecraft. And then on Saturday, we're going to do Myst. We're going to do a puzzle game on Saturdays for the foreseeable future. We're doing Myst 3 right now. I've got the others in the series. No, Zed, thank you. This is phenomenal. We're about to tick that 100 cycles, and like I said, once it ticks over, there it is. 100 cycles. That is it. That is our achievement. Reach cycle 100 with at least 1 living duplicant. We've got 8 living duplicants. We're going to put this here, I think, is where we're going to leave the view, so we can see everything get built and whatnot. And I'm going to take some screenshots when we quit here. Let's see if any of our friends and family are online to raid out to. And yeah, I will be posting the time-lapse of the hands-off portion to Discord. And then eventually it'll go public. You know what? Let's go raid Flower. Flower is the one that suggested this map. They're playing Cogmind at the moment. I don't even know what that is. But let's go show Flower some love. And yeah, like I said, I'll post it online for the community, and then eventually it'll go up public on YouTube. This is a weird-looking retro-ish game. But yeah, go bug flower. Tell them that you appreciate the cool map, and I will see everybody in Discord. Take care of yourselves. Be well. See you tomorrow.